Good evening, everybody. Today is July the 22nd, 2021. Welcome. And if you're watching this program, it means that your perspective is on the students and families of this district. And it also means, God willing, that you are healthy and have your family healthy. If not, everyone up here and beyond, I'm sure, has you in their thoughts and prayers. Try to start off the evening in a very positive way because to the extent that our children and our families are to succeed, it requires that the leaders of this district, and when I say leaders, I'm referring to board members, the superintendent, teachers, cafeteria people, paraprofessionals, teachers, administrators, all security personnel, all are giving their best to ensure that everyone has a successful and a safe experience in our schools. And that only happens if we have a positive attitude. So to the extent that you're feeling down and out, we're here to do what we can to make you feel a little bit better about your experience in the RCSD. So having said that, as you all know, every board meeting begins with an act of reverence or silence. And I'm thankful to say that I did not notice, and my colleagues may have had a different experience, any overwhelmingly sad news. Now, I got to tell you, you can kind of become a little anesthetized to bad news, but I didn't see any. And so I'm going to leave it like that. But I know that there are people who are struggling financially, emotionally, physically, and I would ask that everyone in this community, and I know my colleagues will join me in this request, that we give ourselves a moment of silence dedicated to those folks who are experiencing things that perhaps we don't even know about. Thank you. Then as a Board of Education, because we live in this great country, not perfect, but great country, we try to begin every meeting when we can, where we can, with a salute to the flag of the United States of America. So if you're inclined, please feel free to join me and my colleagues who are inclined to do so as well as we salute.
President White?
Yes.
My apologies. You've started the business meeting, but we have a policy meeting that is convening right now. So I'm going to ask if you can do the video conferencing motion and hand the gavel to Commissioner Powell.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. But it still would be appropriate. Nothing wrong with saying the Pledge of Allegiance. You got no problem with that, right, Commissioner Powell? So we're going to do that. And there certainly is nothing wrong about the positive comments and vibes we put out there. So that wasn't a waste of time. But thank you for putting me back on track. We're going to go ahead and say the Pledge of Allegiance, if again, if you're so inclined. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Powell, I'm going to figuratively hand over the gavel to you, and so that you can begin our policy committee meeting. Thank you, and I apologize for that interruption.
No problem. Thank you. The policy committee is actually on board docs in a separate meeting if you want to follow the agenda. I see we do have one person Zoom in. Is that Commissioner Clark? Is that you? Okay. Welcome.
Yes.
We need to just take a quick motion to, thanks.
Yes, Commissioner Powell, I am just off my game today. This being in the real world versus the realm of the internet has thrown me a little bit. We have a rule here, for those of you who don't know, that only one member of the Board of Education can participate via the internet or the World Wide Web. We expect that 2 members are going to be participating today, and that would be in violation of our rules unless the Board of Education waives that rule. So I'm going to ask for a motion to waive that rule so that we can have 2 Board of Education members, which would include Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Malloy when she signs on, to participate via the World Wide Web. Is there a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of exempting for the purposes of this meeting and allowing us to have 2 members to participate via the World Wide Web, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The ayes have it. Again, I apologize, Commissioner Powell. I think this time, really, the gavel is yours.
Okay. So I guess we have more than a quorum. We have all but Commissioner Malloy at this point?
That's
Is that
right.
Okay. So the agenda starts with a review of the minutes of June 1st, which was a combined meeting, policy and governance. If there's anyone willing to make that motion?
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. The next item on the agenda, standing items. There are no NISBA updates, and there are no legally required changes pending. The next standing item is an update from the subcommittee. I think I may have to rely on Rahima, our staff liaison to that committee, to make sure I stay on track, because I don't have talking points per se. But we have fallen behind a little bit. The schools' policies that we expected to have to visit are hung up in cabinet level. Is that correct, Rahima?
Yep, so good evening, everyone. The school's policies advisory review is slightly behind schedule. However, we had some discussion at our last meeting, Commissioner Powell, regarding plaque, because that's one of the advisory committees who are reviewing, but they are dormant for the summer months, and so we will pick up that portion of the advisory review in September when the group reconvenes.
Any questions about that? There was a little bit of discussion about one or two of the finance policies. In particular, there was a concern expressed about the fund balance policy, that in this precise moment in time, with the federal government making so many requirements for essentially prepaying expenses, that there might be some stress on our fund balances. This is in reference to a proposed amendment to the policy that I forwarded to my colleagues and to the superintendent and Carlene and Dr. Jallo on May 6th. But we haven't really walked up to a discussion about the specifics, and I'm hoping that we can have a high-level conversation about that before our next subcommittee meeting, which is coming Wednesday. Don't know how that fits into your schedule, Madam Superintendent, but I'm hoping that we can have a conference call or something just to talk about some of the specifics. And to guide the development of that policy.
Well, Dr. Jallo is not back until, right. Dr. Jallo is out until Tuesday or Wednesday, and it's my understanding, I thought I heard you say that you wanted her in attendance?
If possible.
She's not
Okay.
available until, I think, at least Tuesday.
I don't anticipate us being able to come up with final language between now and the subcommittee, but if it were possible to have a conference call or something in between now and Wednesday, between yourself and Carlene.
We would need to try for tomorrow then, because CFO Pierce is out next week. It's really, yeah. We'll work offline.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Very good, very good. So what we decided to do, because of sort of the bottleneck that we had in our subcommittee, did I leave anything out about our discussion in the subcommittee?
No, that covered everything. The only other thing I want to mention in regards to the subcommittee is the calendar change, if I can talk about that.
Please, won't you take charge?
So given that some of our advisory groups are out for the summer, and just kind of looking at the schedule, what's coming ahead, we are suggesting several changes to the master policy update calendar, as everyone had seen originally. And so, as we already discussed, we want to move the second review of the school parts 1 through 3 back to September. And then we're going to replace it by moving up tonight, discussing school board policies. After that, we'd like to go ahead and start talking about district goals before we dive into the district parts 1 through 3. So those are just a couple of switches to really accommodate the students returning back to school and not having their policies right at September.
Thank you very much, Rahima, for reminding me of that. In fact, is there any objection to that change of the calendar? No objections? Okay. To fill the void, we did look at the school board part 2, which was originally scheduled for next year, and came to the conclusion that there is very little that desperately needs changing. Rahima, did you have a chart for the policies that are in the school board part 2?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Commissioner Powell?
Did you have a PowerPoint or a slide you can project on the school board part 2?
So no, we were just going to go through them and have that discussion.
So we did share an email with the board, I have a precise date, but that talked about the part 2. If I can get started.
So we'll start with the video conferencing policy, Commissioner Powell.
Interestingly, because that's the first thing we had to do was waive the current policy rules that only allow one person at a time prior to this committee meeting starting. To kick off this conversation, I'd like to ask our Chief Legal Counsel to advise us on the video conferencing policy, especially as regards to the current state guidelines on in-person meeting. And then we can have a more full-throated discussion.
Sure. So, as you know, during the pandemic shutdown, there was a suspension places, should they be so inclined. So the exception we have right now with one member being able to go in and out, it's really not as much about the number as ensuring that we don't have it as a frequently occurring occasion. My recommendation would be to maintain the current policy. I think it's flexible enough that on those rare occasions where a board member where two board members are on vacation at the same time or at conferences, that we can vote to suspend the rule, but it doesn't encourage people participating via video conference, which is
where we were at and have our address to the hotel we were at publicly shared. through
supersedes our policy, and policies are adds to but does not subtract from any state regulation. Would it be useful, in your opinion, to spell that out in this policy?
I mean, as you say, we have lots of instances where there's a law or a regulation that we do not build all the way into the policy because it's, sometimes they're very cumbersome. But the open meetings law does state that anyone participating via video conference should have their location noticed as part of that. And that's, to the extent practicable, of course, there are emergency situations, but I don't know that you really need to build that in just for the sake of changing the policy. What this policy really does is restricts the number of people who can do it to one. It doesn't grant them any greater freedoms or take away anything. It is basically this board's implementation of the already existing rules on the open meetings law, so I don't think you have to change the policy. But if people are uncomfortable with its lack of specificity or worry that clerks in the future wouldn't know that that's the way you have to do things, certainly we could add that language.
President White?
Yeah, I think it's fine to leave it the way it is, but I would note that what the law doesn't take into account, particularly because of the pandemic, if someone were to disclose their location, right? We all have all this glass here and our mask, right? They could go to somebody's location, right, in numbers that weren't appropriate, right? So I don't think the law, and I know this because I practice in this, it doesn't always anticipate its consequences. This law would therefore allow people to go to somebody's home or to their hotel and put their lives in danger. I mean, we don't have this stuff up here for a silly reason. It's here for a reason. And with the variants that are going around, I mean, it's something to be considered. Certainly not something that we have to change our policies about, but given the current circumstance, that law, if allowed to be taken to its logical extent, could put people in harm's way or put them in an environment that is not allowed here, but would be allowed in a hotel or somebody's house. So I could see why somebody might be reluctant to get out that information.
A point well taken, and I would say that's an argument why every one of us should make every effort to be here in person.
Absolutely.
Commissioner LeBron.
I just want to be clear, I don't think that we can create policy that supersedes the law. So that's the law, that is open meetings law, having to disclose. So I think you are right, Commissioner Powell. It should encourage folks to either be here or put in a request for the board to vote on an excused absence if we deem that it's excused absence, and you won't have a vote on record that day. That's it.
Right. Commissioner Clark, do you have any input? I haven't been able to watch to see if you were trying to chime in or not.
No, I'd have to say that I do agree with President White that putting the address of where the person is at, having that information out in the public kind of puts that individual at some sort of risk. So but I understand that if it's state law, then it's something we need to abide by.
We certainly have better things to talk about, but let me just say, it's probably, Steve, it's probably a law or a regulation that requires this, right? So the law, sometimes, I have observed, offers up competing competitive purposes. You could have a scenario whereby somebody could be put in an environment that's not just uncomfortable, Personally, I'd be okay with advancing it.
Okay, is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, so the motion is that we leave this policy unchanged and that it be treated as reviewed and approved as is. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And sadly, Commissioner Elliott left before the vote, so we'll have to just call it passed as, by 5-0. Okay, the next policy, oh, here she, you know what, we can keep the vote open, just for another minute. Commissioner Elliott, we decided that it would be appropriate to advance the video conferencing policy to the full board for as is, with no changes.
Is that what you agree?
Would you like to cast your vote
Yes.
in favor of that?
Yes.
No, without changes? Okay, thank you. The next policies are 2390, the public board hearings. This is another policy we're not recommending any changes to. Are there any thoughts on this policy?
Commissioner Powell?
Yes.
On page 2 of this policy, it contains a regulation, so I would just suggest that I'm not sure why they're together, but that we would address that and maybe separate them, because it's not listed on the website that way.
From the mechanics of it, for some reason,
Correct.
the regulation been joined. Hold on, I'm on the wrong policy. Public hearings.
It's here on the screen, too.
Yes. You're correct. When they were entered into the website, it was treated as a single document. Now, in this case, the regulations, this is a board policy, and regulations are generally governed by the superintendent. So it seems to me that this should be perhaps renamed as an exhibit and entitled Structure of Public Hearings, or else incorporated directly into the policy rather than listing it out as a regulation. Do folks have a preference? We're really talking about just the organization of the words, not changing the words.
Commissioner Powell, as I'm looking through this again, though, there are some things that need to be edited in it because they don't call the superintendent of schools office, they actually call the board office. And there's some other things here, so what I would suggest is that I work in collaboration with Calia Francine, come back, we can make the edits to change the title of the regulation, and then have, because it is a function of the board, have the board just finalize that. But since this is the how of the policy, I think it should remain a regulation and not get folded in to policy.
Okay. In that case, typically regulations have a line for superintendent initials and
Yes.
date and all that. So if we want to just work on the language and formatting.
That would be fine.
And is everyone else comfortable with that? With the superintendent actually signing off on it as regulation with some modifications?
Yes, I don't know, I raised my hand, I don't know how to engage
Oh.
remotely.
No, I see that now. Thank you.
But one of the questions I had was, I noticed it gives the president flexibility to increase the time from 3 minutes if there's fewer people speaking. But I didn't see anything in there that would reduce the time of an individual speaking, such as when we had 152 speakers one night and we had to reduce it from 3 minutes to 2. So should the flexibility work both ways in this policy?
Yeah, The interesting thing about the public hearings is it's kind of the reverse of our regular meeting. The starting point is 2 minutes rather than 3 currently. And then we can grant additional time, which is completely the opposite of the way we run our business meetings. Was that outlined in the regulations, Commissioner Clark, or on page 1?
And when I was reading the policy, it indicated that the president, at the president's discretion, he can increase the amount of time that a speaker could speak, you know, if there's few speakers, but I didn't see anything giving the authority for the president to reduce the time when we have an overabundance of speakers. I thought I brought the policies with me, but I don't have that particular one, but I particularly
Commissioner
recall
Powell.
reading
Yes.
that in there.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Commissioner Clark. It's on page 1, paragraph 4.
Thanks.
Yeah, all right. It reads, "Speakers at public meetings generally will be limited to 3 minutes for their presentation. However, this time limit may be adjusted by the chair if the size of the audience or number of requests to speak is small and an increase in time would not unduly extend the length of the hearing." So I misspoke when I said that the starting point is 2 minutes. The starting point is 3 minutes, and only in a public hearing is there any discussion about giving someone more than 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, but I was speaking about giving someone less than 3 minutes when we have an overabundance of speakers, such as the meeting where we had 152 speakers.
Right. And there's nothing in the policy that speaks to
bylaws last year.
So as it currently stands, a public hearing, everyone would get 3 minutes, even if there's 300 speakers.
Correct.
Now, that isn't to say that we generally do. I mean, even our budget hearings, we get very few people speak. So it hasn't been a problem in the past. The question that Commissioner Clark is raising is, should the rules from our bylaws be applied to this policy as well?
Let me just, my 2 thoughts. One, the other one specifically only gives 1 hour also, so you kind of flex the total time for speakers based on that. And you have voted to suspend that when there were more people and you wanted to hear them, you just moved them to the end. You could always do the same for 2390. You could vote to suspend the policy if you had 100 people sign up and give everybody 2 minutes. You wouldn't be in violation of law because before the meeting, you're lawfully suspending your policy. So that's always an option, and I agree with you. I've been in a lot of hearings. They don't get the kind of turnout that your big meetings do. So I'm not sure that there's too much of a big deal here. But certainly, valid point, Commissioner Clark. It is a discrepancy between 2300 and 2390.
So, Commissioner Elliott?
So why do we have that time limit in there anyway? Why is
do
that
we have the-
necessary?
I can't honestly tell you why it's there, only that this policy has remained unchanged since the manual was adopted in 1998.
Should we just consider removing that language? What's your thought on that?
I think you
think-
want
Well,
to have something. I think you want to start from somewhere, like you do in 2300. It's an hour with a presumption of a certain amount of time. I think if you give the public notice that they're going to have about 3 minutes to speak, it's a good thing. Then they know how long to pace it out. If you don't have any time limit, there's somebody may come up with a 10-minute script, and then you just don't know what they're going to speak from. I would certainly have a starting point.
I think, though, one of the drawbacks to when we have more speakers that would be beyond the 1 hour, many people have developed their talking points based on 3 minutes. And then we come in and we say, there's only going to be 2 minutes tonight. And so I'm thinking that whoever comes in, that we should give them the 3 minutes, because they have prepared talking points based on the 3 minutes. And it's not until they get here when they find out that there are abundance of speakers that they're going to have to curtail their talking points. So I'm thinking that we should look at that as well, you know, should we, I think that if they came in with speaking points that would take them to 3 minutes, they should be able to speak for 3 minutes, irrespective of how many people come in. It's my thought around that.
So what you,
And because if we're going to suspend the 1 hour, if they've come prepared, I'm thinking that we need to give them that opportunity to speak.
so the comments you just made, that is the default in this public board hearings policy. And the recommendation you're making would be to our bylaws, and that's not really the topic of discussion, but if we want to have that conversation, next time we open the bylaws for changes.
So what is, I'm sorry, what is the discussion for the policy?
Public hearings, policy 2390.
Yeah,
We're just, you know, we have to go through all of the policies, and right now we're doing board policies, part 2. Okay, and so that's why we're discussing this now. If we decide we don't need to make any changes, we'll just advance it for approval as is. Okay. Give you time to think about that. Commissioner White, you had a question? or comment?
No, just a comment that certainly Vice President Elliott is correct. I've seen it happen on occasion where a person says, well, I thought I had 3 minutes. But I do know our staff is, I'm looking back at Ms. Scott in the back of the room, our staff is usually very good at telling people, anticipating that it's going to be 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes. Isn't that right? If we know we're getting a lot of speakers, I know that people are informed. Now, sometimes people say, oh, I thought I had 3 minutes. But I know our staff has told those people, because we know when the big numbers are coming, and Ms. Scott and our team is very good at keeping folks abreast of the reduction in time. I know what you're talking about. It has happened. Sometimes it's happened because maybe they didn't know, but a lot of times they do know because our staff has told them. But anyway.
Any other comments on this policy? So what I'd like to have happen now is a motion to advance the policy less the regulations.
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
The regulation is attached as page 2, and the superintendent has suggested that she will rewrite them and sign off on them herself. Okay, so I had a second from Commissioner LeBron. Any further discussion on the public hearings policy? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Okay. That will begin with its first reading, not tonight, but at our next board meeting. Okay? All right, now I have to find the next
I
policy
don't think
here.
I got that.
It's 2440, administration and policy absence. It's on the screen there.
Second.
Rahima, can you repeat
Policy
that?
All right, 2410?
2440,
Yeah.
administration and policy absence.
Before we do that, I'll just say that the policy management policy, we just did that, combining several other policies. However, there's been some conversation about the fact that the document 2410E, criteria for policy analysis, is kind of lengthy, asks a lot of questions, which might be a little bit off-putting to anyone who wanted to make a recommendation for policy change. So I will work on maybe tightening that document up and presenting it to the committee at a future meeting. Okay? I haven't put in the time to do that yet. Okay? So 2440, administration in policy absence. It's extremely brief. It basically says anything that's not in our policy manual is the purview of the superintendent. And anyone have an argument with that? floor is open for discussion.
I'll go first. This is actually boggling me a little bit because the reality is that the law also says that the board, and there's 4, I don't see a situation where every single board member would be out. But what I will say is that in other school districts during the pandemic, their school board did pass a resolution to authorize the superintendent under the pandemic, under an emergency situation, to allow them to make decisions without having to come to the board, because there was a lot of like fast-paced decisions that needed to be made, especially down south as they were getting hit harder before it made its way up. So I don't understand why we have this policy, especially when there's no guidelines. We should still look towards the law versus our own policies. I just don't. And I wasn't around when this was created, so if you have any insight on that, or Steve, you want to give some insight, I'd appreciate it.
I mean, it's not uncommon to have these kind of catch-all clauses. Oftentimes we have them in CBAs, we see them in contracts. It's kind of a reservation of anything not already governed. We give the power to somebody else to make a decision, because sometimes in the absence of that, for example, if you didn't have this and it was a close call and the superintendent did take an action as might be required in a quick emergency, somebody could say that she violated the board policy because she wasn't authorized to take that action. So it's a helpful thing. I mean, obviously there are powers delineated to both a superintendent and a school board, in the law, and there are some areas where those things intersect or overlap a little bit. This is just kind of a safety mechanism to allow your superintendent some flexibility in what might be an emergency, for example, or a close call. You can't always get the board together in a quick time. I don't think there's a lot of harm in here, because she still can't exceed any of the authority that is reserved strictly for the board, or anything that's already in the policy manual. She can't just choose to override. So it is one of those operational things, but we see it's common in other areas as well. So I don't think there's a lot of harm in it. It's my thought.
So, some of the ways that this is played out is that because the superintendent has authority to act, we discover through the regular order of business those things that we want greater control over. And we develop new policies to ensure. The case in point would be the transfer policy, where if we didn't like the status quo, we developed a policy that would that impacted the status quo more to our liking. So the fact that we've gone for decades with this in place really demonstrates that we're at a good equilibrium, and that the number of times that we feel a need to implement brand new policy in order to restrict the superintendent and her actions really shows that we kind of have all our bases covered. Please.
Thank you both for that explanation. I actually would appreciate it if we could flush it out a little bit to say in case of an emergency or certain circumstances versus leaving it general like this. And I always feel uncomfortable about talking about policies with our superintendent, because my own experiences have nothing to do with our current superintendent, so I want to be clear to the public and my colleagues about that. I just don't want to relive that, and we should not be writing policies based on current superintendents. These are policies that should live on for a very long time, regardless of who's sitting on the board or who's sitting in the superintendent seat. So I would be more comfortable flushing that out a little bit, and even putting something in there around an emergency and even a pandemic. I mean, we're not out of the woods yet with COVID, with the variants, so I would feel more comfortable having something like this that we can then even enact and vote on and give the superintendent certain powers during the beginning or the height again of a pandemic. Thank you.
So in light of that feedback, Superintendent, please.
President White was first. I'll go after him.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see.
Thank you. I would note, and Steve will correct me if I'm wrong, the law is very clear about the allocation of power and responsibility. terms of what the superintendent's powers are and what the Board of Education powers are. And for many years, I became quite familiar with that because I was concerned that we had allowed superintendents to take powers that they did not have. Having said that, and being a person who has been concerned about that, I look at the title of this policy. It says administration in policy absence. The superintendent is an administrator. She is charged with running the day-to-day, she or he is charged with running the day-to-day affairs of the district. And I don't see how this policy jeopardizes, and I'm super sensitive to the issue of superintendents exceeding their authority. But it is clear, at least in my mind, that superintendent is the day-to-day operational person. And if something were to happen in terms of administration, you'd want a superintendent that could act. And it's not as if he or she acted and overstepped his or her boundaries. We wouldn't have recourse. We would. We would come into a meeting. It might be an officers' meeting. It might be an executive session. It might be at a board meeting, and we would rectify that in short order. We also have the ability to evaluate a superintendent and determine whether he or she, in some kind of consistent or dangerous way, has violated the separation of powers. So I think the sort of vagueness of it, if that's what some are feeling, it is acceptable because we do have a way to rectify that. And again, what I'm honing in on is administration. We have to hold up the fact that our superintendent is the administrator of the district. And if there is some ambiguity about policy or something to that effect, or even the law, the superintendent has to act. And it's not always in an emergency situation. So I think that policy is fair, and I would hate to tweak it. And while we have had some challenges in the past, you all know I was there when we had some challenges with prior administrators or superintendents, and we addressed them. Sometimes we were not quick to address them, but we have. So I think this policy is fair. I'm good with it, personally.
Madam Superintendent?
I'm a little stuck in that with the last sentence. It shall be the duty of the superintendent to inform the board promptly, not an issue of such action. And then the need for policy, because some action does not require Board of Education. So for me, I would want to rework this, because this is, unless I'm reading it wrong, inferring or pretty directly stating that if the superintendent acted outside of something that's not covered in policy, a policy needs to be enacted. That's not necessarily the case all the time.
Oh, that's a very good point. Any other comments? Okay, so given that I've heard two very different inputs, actually almost polar opposite inputs, I'm happy to give this policy more time to cook. We do have a way to provide language. Commissioner LeBron, I'm not interested in creating language, but if you have very specific language proposal, we can, and same with the superintendent, if you have a preferred way of framing that last sentence, I'll do my best to integrate the two pieces of input, and we can bring this back to the committee next month. Does that sound fair to everybody?
Yes, thank
Works for
you.
me.
Good. Okay. The next policy then,
Is 2510 new board member orientation.
yes. Now, this particular one was very recently put to the test.
I just have a time check as we have the
Yes.
business meeting starting
Yes,
in a few minutes.
And I'm hoping that we'll be able to race through these last two, because we are almost out of time. We did put this policy to the test by orienting our Well, I was going to call them board members-elect, but they are only through the primary process, but I think there's only one Working Families Party individual that stands between them and taking their seats in January. So I guess I'll call them board members-elect. They were oriented, and so our clerk, Kalia in particular, paid careful attention to the language in this policy as she was orienting them, and is satisfied that the language here is effective. What are your comments? I saw Commissioner Elliott's hand up first, and then Commissioner LeBrun.
Yeah, I do have an issue that we would involve board members who have been elected only in the primary, because I don't think it's official. I would not want them to really have a lot of the information that we are privy to, particularly those sessions when we have to go into executive session at this point. I don't have a problem with it once they are officially elected in November. But I just think from now to October, November, anything may happen. And I just think that it could be a little bit early in the year to have newly elected members that have been elected only in a primary to be privy to the information that we as officials are presented with at this time. They are not elected officials officially. They're not school board members officially. They're only school board members because they won the primary. They have not won the general election. And I think it may put us in a position, maybe even some kind of legal position, to have them to, for example, to participate in an executive session. And while, we may trust that they that may be necessary to do. And let me just say this. I think sometimes this board, we have policies, but sometimes this board, let me be critical in a good way, we go against our own policies. And, which makes the policy valueless because we're not respecting our own policies. We tend to make these exceptions. And so I think in this policy, as I said, I don't think that the board members, the candidates who were elected in the primary should have the information that we have until they are officially elected in the general election. And if we're even thinking about doing that, then we need to determine what this language member-elect means, in my opinion.
Commissioner LeBrun?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out also that per our own policy, it's not the responsibility of any of the board members who are chair besides the board president to do some of this orientation piece. So that's per our own policy. So Commissioner Vice President Elliott, I do agree that we sometimes don't follow our own policy or look towards it for answers. But the other piece, I do just want to uplift the board member-elect piece, because I, too, was going around calling some folks in certain positions elect and was corrected by the party, and people are technically not elected or considered like board member-elect or judge-elect or city council-elect until the actual general election. And so just some of the history piece is that a few years ago, we did change in New York State when we had our primary, when we had our general election. So those dates were actually much closer than they are now. And so now we have a primary in the summertime, and we don't have the general election till all the way towards the end of the year. And there is a disconnect, and I think that's part of the New York State changing the law to switch the general so far away from the primary. So even through the party and the state, we don't acknowledge folks as elect until November. So if we stick with this language, to Commissioner Vice President Elliott's point, I think that that already technically defines what a board member-elect would be, and it's someone who won the general election. And I do think that then it does make sense, because that ends all elections of all elections. Nobody can come up, no one can come on any technicalities or sue or continue to campaign. And I know that there is one other person on Working Families who has indicated that they're not running, but I have also seen people run someone against the mayor when the person said they wasn't going to run either, and like their whole team was out here campaigning for that person while that person was not campaigning actively. They didn't win, but I've seen these things, and I'm sure you have seen these things and many other things in your experiences, in the, both in the party and out here in politics. So that is, you know, we defined in the Democratic Party, and I can have Zach King, our chair, put that in writing, and where that comes from, because I did ask him, again, I was calling some folks elect, and he was like, they're not elect, and we can't officially call them that on this side of the House. So unless we define it, then yeah, I'm going to support Commissioner Vice President Elliott in that.
Okay, 1 second, Commissioner. Did you have something to add, Commissioner Adams? And then,
Yeah.
and then,
Yeah, I just, be honestly, I just can't sit here and not speak on how it went year before last when I was elected. When me and Commissioner Malloy was elected, we were allowed to go to everything except for executive session to help us hit the ground running. For me, it worked, but we weren't allowed to go to executive session, but the other meetings, we did attend.
Yeah, but that was after they were officially elected, not during the primary.
No, if you check the records, I went to retreats and everything. Yeah, I went to a retreat with some folks from NISBA and everything. You know, I just wasn't in the executive session. And I can live with however we do this, but I had to speak on how it went for me
no
and
problem
Commissioner
with me.
Malloy.
go ahead, Commissioner Elliott.
Yeah. The other piece is that we can't put the administration, the district, in a position that we do not need to have, I don't know if this is happening, but I'm just saying, we do not need to have commissioners who, board members elect, who've been elected in the primary, to ask the district for information. It puts them in position. Not only that, they're working on preparing for the next year, and it puts them in a position where, you know, they're not elected officials yet, but, you know, they may be asked to give information, and I just don't think we should be putting our administration staff in that position.
I saw that President White has his hand up, but may I speak first? Just to advocate, I want to advocate for the policy as written. Commissioner LeBron correctly states that using the term of art, commissioner, a member-elect, isn't actually correct until November, and I kind of alluded to that when I opened a discussion on this, is, you know, it's not really a member-elect yet, but there's only one other person running, so I'm going to call him a member-elect. You'll recall I said that. But the reason it's become a conversation is that the board president has asked us to extend a courtesy of board member-elect status to those who won the primary. It doesn't have to happen. The policy does not require it. Policy says board member-elect, and so I think that the policy as written would be satisfactory to both Commissioner Elliott and Commissioner LeBron. However, it does not foreclose the conversation about whether the courtesy could and should be extended. That's a conversation that goes beyond a conversation about whether this policy is adequate and appropriate. So I'm going to advocate that we advance this policy as is and continue the conversation about extending courtesies at another time, because we're almost out of time in our policy.
Do you want me to motion?
Well, I did say I would give
Oh, okay.
Commissioner.
I just want to step in. We are
We're late.
3 minutes over, and the business meeting is to have started. So I just want to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to add so that my point of view is clear. I agree with you, Commissioner Powell, that the policy doesn't foreclose us from extending a courtesy. And it's, I should just say, as Commissioner Adams said, it's not so much a courtesy for these elected officials or potentially elected officials or member-elects. It is a courtesy for the citizens of the city of Rochester. Because let me tell you something, these people start in November and they just start getting full orientation and start getting clued in on the emails and whatnot, see what's going on. That gives them 1 month. Commissioner Adams used the phrase, I like it as well, to hit the ground running, as compared to 6 months of giving them information that is foilable anyway. Everything that we write, pretty much, Steve, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, our emails, if they relate to public policy, even if they're individually sent and there's no meeting, is foilable. And the agendas are foilable and accessible. Most of what the courtesy that we're extending these folks is so that they, is foilable, available under the Freedom of Information Law, but most importantly, we want these, given where we're at as a district, although we are certainly turning the corner financially, academically, we want our colleagues, and let's make no mistake about it, no matter what Zach or anybody calls them, these people will be elected. There's no question about, there is no question about that. So the question is, are they going to be ready to serve the citizens as we are ready to serve the citizens? And if it's not jeopardizing anybody's position under the law, and the Freedom of Information Law clearly indicates that in the stuff that they've been sent and given, it's stuff that they could get, but probably not as efficiently. It would take them 30 days, however long our communication staff would give it to them. But essentially, it's information that they could get anyways. And so I think Commissioner Adams is correct. We've done this before. And again, I want folks to understand this isn't done to the benefit of these individuals. It's done for the benefits of the boys and girls, mothers and fathers, so they have board members in January that are ready to understand what it takes to turn around ELA and math scores. That's what this is about. It's not about parties, Republican, Democrat, who gets what votes. It's about making sure these people are prepared to do the job and not have to have a 90-day get-to-know-you plan in January. These people need to understand the job and be ready to do it, and that's all this courtesy is about.
Commissioner Brown, are you going to make a motion?
I was going to make the motion, but I just want to respond because everyone who's running for office and becomes an elect, whether it's city council, school board, this is just how it works. They start in November, they start getting oriented. Each governmental department has their own process, but everything is not foilable. Even if something is foilable and it contains personal, private, human resources, related matters, contracts, those things are then retracted and then sent out. So everything is not 100% viewable and foilable to everyone. If that was the case, we wouldn't have executive session. Like, we would not go into these private conversations to talk about negotiations and contracts and human resources related matters. So everything is not foilable, but certainly, and I'm going to end with this, and then I will end with my motion, nobody should be running for school board if they are not ready to talk about Black and brown education in the Rochester City School District. So I just want to make sure I put that on record for anybody who's ran and anybody who's going to run in the future. Don't come to this district if you don't know what it's going to take to educate Black and brown children or have Black and brown children in this district. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to make the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to advance this as written.
Second.
Oh, okay, 2 seconds, Commissioner Elliott and Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? Commissioner Clark is okay. All in favor?
Aye.
I think he was going to say something.
No, he,
Oh, no?
no, he was,
Froze.
okay, all right.
That's a cool look, though.
So,
That's a cool look.
okay. Did you need to say something, Commissioner Clark?
I don't think
Oh, I think
He
he
can't.
froze.
We need to take a picture of that to give to him.
I got this real slow internet, so it's freezing me in all these awkward
sound like you're drunk,
frames, but no,
Yeah, we can
to
tell
go
you
for
frozen.
further conversation. Like I say, this slow internet, I don't know what it is doing to me. Maybe I should turn my picture off.
Okay. All right, so, that, we'll begin the, oh, now you're almost back, okay.
Commissioner Powell, can I suggest an amendment to the agenda, considering that we are now 10 minutes over? We motion to, or we don't need to motion, but can we move the last policy, which is one regarding our NISBA participation, to the August policy meeting, or to add it to the next batch of BOE policy review?
I was hoping we wouldn't even have to discuss it, but that we would just automatically approve it. It's just a list of the organizations we're,
I'm okay with it.
Currently-
I'll make a motion
to advance as is?
to advance as is.
Any further second?
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Everybody's happy. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We squeezed it in. All right. That concludes the policy committee.
Just need a motion to
Agenda.
adjourn.
And motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The gavel is yours, President White. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking with me, especially Kelly. I know we're 10 minutes late, but I wasn't counting on such vigorous discussion. Thank you.
And let me say, Commissioner Powell, thank you for moving us along. It's only 10 minutes. And by the way, because I messed up earlier on, we don't have to do the Pledge of Allegiance. We've already done the act of reverence. Madam Clerk, do you have any notice of upcoming board events?
We do, but you have to actually convene the business meeting now, though.
Well, it's convened. All right, so go ahead. I'm saving time now. Go ahead. What's the upcoming board event?
Okay, so on our screens, we have the board upcoming events. We are now back in full swing of our business meetings. After a small hiatus, we did not meet for the month of July for our special meetings, apart from policy that we just had just now. In August, we'll be having our policy and governance meeting on the 3rd, and then we will have the board and the superintendent will be, and the two superintendents will be having a retreat the first week of August to discuss the year past and the year upcoming. We will have an ESA committee meeting on August 10th, and then the Finance Committee will be meeting on the 27th. We will have our monthly business meeting on the 26th of August. So we invite all to attend. We are now meeting live in person and also virtually. If you would like to speak to the board, we ask that you continue to sign up by calling our board office or emailing Board of Education at rcsdk12.org and signing up to speak by noon of the meeting. And with regard to our committee meetings, please note that you must sign up to speak regarding an agenda item. You will be asked by our board staff what topic you'll be speaking on, and you'll be asked to address an item on the agenda for those meetings. If you would like to submit public comment, you may do so by also emailing that email address and sending it by noon of the meeting, and those are posted to our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seems that we are going to make up the time. Next item on the agenda is the acceptance of minutes. I need a motion to approve the minutes from May 27th, May 20th, which was a professional development session. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Vice President Elliott, seconded, I think I heard Commissioner Adams.
Yep.
All those in favor of accepting those minutes as drafted indicate.
No, I have questions about it. I want to put some,
Oh, well, absolutely, go ahead.
so Kyle, when it
Oh, you got to turn on your mic. Can't hear you.
Let me just ask this particular question of the superintendent. In the minutes, we had that the BEC lacks reps from several schools as required by the BEC bylaws. Where are we on that at this point, Madam Superintendent?
So that's something that I'll be taking up with the chief of schools to work with the principals. But it's really a matter of parents accepting the call. But we'll put a more of a full court press on seeing if we can get some parents or caregivers to step up.
Okay. Thank you. And on page 4, although the pages are not numbered, and I think they should be numbered, Kalia, that, I think is the last paragraph where you're referring to Steve. You got counseling, and that should be counselor. You go on that paragraph where we're talking, acting, it should
Which
be
one of
counselor,
which
and
day
it's
of the minutes are you talking about, the business meeting or the PD one?
the ones that, I think they were dated May
May
27th.
20, okay, that's the PD, okay.
Right. No, not the PE, the general meeting.
The business meeting.
The business meeting.
The business meeting, okay,
Yeah.
the 27th, okay.
So that page 4, I think it's the last paragraph, I don't have it in front of me now.
It's the last bullet point, first
Yeah.
sentence.
Yeah.
Finally, comma,
It's-
acting.
You got counseling, it should be counselor. And then I'm thinking that in terms of the superintendent's presentations, they should be broken up into paragraphs. That's all sort of jumbled there together. She talks about, thought I had that with me right here. I must have, she talked about some of the, something relating to school. It's all jumbled, but I think it'll be easier to read if it's broken up.
Okay, we'll split up the paragraphs, thanks.
Yeah, and I think that is it for the minutes.
Any other questions or comments regarding those minutes? There being no further questions or comments, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of approving the business minutes from May 27th and the professional development session from May 20th indicate by saying aye. Aye.
As corrected, right?
As correct.
As corrected, aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Seems that the minutes have been approved, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is Advisory Council reports. I am told that there is no Student Leadership Congress report and no Bilingual Education Council report, but there is a report by the Parent Leadership Advisory Council, and that will be presented by April Harrison. Ms. Harrison?
She's joining us virtually.
Okay.
Do we have her on Zoom? Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Harrison.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Did you want to go ahead and speak?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead and read us your report.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name is April Harrison, and I am the Vice President of the Parent Leadership Advisory Council, and I am just here in representation of the parents and students of the Rochester City School District. I'm new to the area. I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia, so I'm just a new set of eyes here to help bring together the parents and the students and the Board of Education. So on July 12th, the Liaison Committee of Parent Advocates met for the first time. A parent advocate will be connected to each school and program throughout the district and will reach out to parents at those schools to find out how things are going with the minimum of 2 parents per month per program. And we are putting the pieces together and look forward to reaching out to our next liaison meeting, which will be on August 2nd. At the liaison meeting, we were lucky to be joined by Board of Education Administrative Assistant Rahima Nguyen, who explained the process of policy review. And our PLAC member, Monica Graham, has stepped up to coordinate the creation of a policy committee so that there will be a formal process for PLAC parents to review and share at monthly executive, quarterly general membership meetings to gain parent input and be present as policy changes and questions are presented and answered. So yesterday on July 21st, PLAC executives met with Superintendent Dr. Myers Small, and we draft an action plan that's really still underway to create parent involvement and begin to build a solid working relationship between the administration and the district's parents. We're giving an update on summer school and are very happy to see such enthusiastic enrollment with the hopes that this will be a launching pad for future summer school as enrichment and opportunities for all of the district's children. At the end of June, Black parents worked together to create an assertive letter to express the needs of parents while supporting the requests of students for the American Rescue Plan dollars with the expectation of accountability, parent and student voice at the table. Our meeting with Dr. Minor-Small was an excellent opportunity to talk through many of the concerns from both administration and Black and parents with a solid conclusion that we would love an opportunity to rebuild the trust between the parents and the board in the district. It can be very difficult to find a starting place, but we are hopeful that this will be a good start to that. Lastly, the Office of Parent Engagement and Parent Leadership Advisory Council will be assisting in hosting a summer parent forum in August. To help structure the conversation at the event, questions and comments are being taken through tomorrow evening, Friday evening, and those can be submitted to the rcsbk12.org parent forum website. We would like for anyone who is interested to please plan to join us for the next Plaque General Membership Meeting, which will be on September 15th. If you are a primary caregiver of a Rochester City School District student, you are eligible to be a member. And that is all I have for you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Since we're on the subject of parents, are there any questions for Ms. Harrison? Since we're on the subject of parents, Commissioner Powell, you had an alibi real quick?
Thank you so much. I meant during our policy committee to announce that we now have a parent representative to our policy committee. We had, after several rounds of requesting applicants, Reverend Kelly Spar has asked to join the policy committee. She's the only parent to choose policy committee. We're happy to have someone fill that role, and I do hope that she is an active participant in Plaque so that she can pass information back and forth. But I apologize, I forgot to mention that when I had the time.
No worries. Thank you for doing that. Reverend Spar, if you're listening, we want to thank you for participating. Our committees are a vital part of what the board does. Several years ago, we reconfigured our committees to include a parent rep that did not exist before. And as Ms. Harrison knows, the participation of parents in that phase of the board's work is critically important. So thank you, Reverend Spar, if you are listening, and we look forward to your participation. Also, my colleagues know we had intended on going into executive session early in this meeting, but before doing that, I wanted to make sure that we got Ms. Harrison in. We didn't want her waiting until after the executive session. Additionally, we have 4 speakers that I'd like to get in advance of going into executive session, because we don't want those folks waiting around for us to do our business in executive session. So, Madam Clerk, could you introduce the 4 speakers?
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to ask if we can switch to our participant screen. All speakers will be addressing us virtually today. Okay, so we have our first speaker, who is a student, Amari Pugh. She is speaking regarding the renaming of school number 3.
Greetings to the board and superintendent. My name is Amari Pugh, and I am reading this on behalf of my mother, Latoya. I'm an 8th grade student at School 3. First, I would like to express how dissatisfied and devalued I feel to know that the name of our school is being changed without the consideration and choices from students, staff, or parents. It is very perplexing to see how the voice and suggestion of one individual during the community forum has been considered and recommended without taking into account the thoughts and opinions of the individuals who represent our school. Without the suggestion and recommended, while the suggestion and recommended name of Dr. Alice Holloway Young has merit, we decided that our school be named after distinguished persons who have made outstanding contributions, not only to the community, but to the state and world, to give that global perspective that we want our students to be prepared for. Because no one asked, I will do the honors of letting our voices be heard today. I would like to recommend and suggest the names we have collectively selected. We believe the new name should be relatable, and reflect the values and morals that we present in our school. Our students and staff selected a name that connected with our school logo, the Soaring Eagles. Eagles are a symbol of strength and leadership, and can teach us a lot about rising above the storms in life and learning to soar. The following are two individuals whose actions we believe have soared majestically and who have touched the lives of many, should also be considered. Harriet Tubman School of Excellence or Preparatory School, Dr. Mae Jimson, Excelsior Middle School. Another suggestion and recommendation I would like you to consider at this time is the myriad of other schools whose names are not fitting to their values or principles, where the recommended Dr. Holloway Young may be more becoming. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Amari. We are now going to move on to our next speaker. Do we have Isaiah Copeland in the room? Okay, we are going to welcome Isaiah, who will be speaking about the renaming of school number 3 as well. Isaiah, are you there?
Yes.
Isaiah, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Isaiah Copeland, and I attend School 3. And I feel it is unfair for us as students not to have a voice in the change of our school's name. Me, myself, feel as if Harriet Tubman would be a great representation of what we stand for in the school's motto: excellence, attitude, leadership, esteem, and self-discipline. And Harriet Tubman changed the world and helped ensure the final defeat of slavery. Also, she has such a huge impact on why and how we live free today. And Harriet Tubman never gave up. She fought until all slaves were free. And I think our school should represent bravery and fighting until our goals are accomplished. In conclusion, this is why I feel Harriet Tubman should be the new representation of our school.
Thank you, Isaiah. We appreciate you addressing the board tonight. Our next speaker is Isadora Morgan, a parent, who will be addressing the board regarding the renaming of school number 3 as well. Isadora is joining the room now.
Good evening.
Good evening. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Isadora Morgan. I'm a parent of a child that attends Nathaniel Rochester Middle School. I feel that it was very unfair and inconsiderate for us not to have a voice to speak about the selection that we had came up with. And I felt like Harriet Tubman was also a very good choice, because Harriet Tubman was brave. She freed the slaves. And also, I got a statement that Harriet Tubman once said. It states, if you hear the dogs, keep going. If you see the torches in the woods, keep going. If they're shouting after you, keep going. Don't ever stop, keep going. If you want a taste of freedom, keep going. Also, I'm a member of the SBPT committee, and I'm also a parent of the PTO, and I attend every meeting to know what's going on with the children and in the school. So I please ask if you take this into consideration of what it means for our children to know that Harriet Tubman is the right choice for school number 3. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Isadora. We appreciate you joining us tonight. Our last speaker is Crystal New, a staff member speaking to the board regarding the renaming of school number 3, and she's joining the room right now.
Hi, thank you again. My name is Krista New, and I am a physical education teacher at school number 3. The school is like a second home to me, and the students and staff are like my second family. Our students came up with 2 amazing school names, Mae Jemison Excelsior Middle School and Harriet Tubman School of Excellence, that they felt represented our school's values. Harriet Tubman represents fighting against systems that disenfranchises others. She represents our core values of grit, leadership, and excellence, not just for a small community, but the whole world at large. To be a soaring eagle means you want to impact society and inspire hope for the masses, which Harriet Tubman definitely did. Dr. Mae Jemison is the first Black woman to be admitted into NASA's astronaut training program and travel into space. She is an engineer, astronaut, and physician, a prime example for our middle school students, and represents the kind of soaring we would like to see in our students. Studying abroad, entering the Peace Corps, and taking flight. Our students put time and thought into these decisions, and I ask that these 2 names be considered. These kids have gone through a lot, especially the last 2 years. Please let them feel proud and accomplished that they named their school. This could be the inspiration some of them need to soar in this world.
Thank you, Crystal. We appreciate you addressing the board tonight. And President White, that is the final speaker on our speakers list.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for those folks that might still be watching, particularly the folks that offered name suggestions, the process formally, publicly, is beginning and may end today. I don't know. But if you are willing to stick around, it is on our agenda later on this evening, this conversation about what, if anything, we might rename number 3 school. So, but in the meantime, I want you to know we have some business to take care of that's not related to the renaming of number 3 school, but relates to matters involving a particular employee or person. And we also have to receive guidance and advice from our general counsel on something that is totally unrelated to matters that would naturally be discussed in public, including the naming of number 3 school. But because of time and considerations, we have to do that now in the middle of this meeting rather than later. So can I get that motion?
Motion.
I heard Commissioner LeBron first, second by Commissioner Adams. All those in favor of going into executive session for the purpose of discussing a particular person and or receiving advice from counsel indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? The ayes have it. For you gladiators who love to watch school board meetings, I cannot tell you how long we will be in executive session having these conversations, but trust me, we will be back to have continued public conversations about the balance of the agenda. Thank you for your patience.
relationship that I'm letting you guys know about, but when Dr. Black rejoins us, I'm sure we can get more definition.
Any other questions or comments? There being none, let's go ahead and vote on resolution number 12. All those in favor of resolution number 12 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The ayes have it, Madam Clerk. All right, next I need a motion to advance for discussion resolutions 13 through 23. These are, by and large, authorization of additional pays. There are two memorandums of agreement with American Institute for Research and Monroe Community College, but unless there's some objection, we'll take those as a bulk. Is there a motion to advance
Motion.
resolutions 13 through 23? There's a motion by Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding these additional pay
Mr. President?
at all resolutions? Yes, Vice President Elliott.
Resolution 13, I'm looking at, in one of these, let me just get my bearings together. Didn't put the number down here. Yeah, on number C, page 3. It's, the justification is that it's an indirect service for 1,250 students. How many students are enrolled at Franklin Upper?
Would you answer that? One of the chiefs answer that, please, and thank
They
you,
need a
of schools.
microphone. Okay. So all of those students are going to be participating for 1 week, August 23rd through August 31st. So you have all of the students that are going to be participating, or that number of students who are going to be participating in this professional development? Or am I reading this wrong? Or is this just for, in other words, the students won't be there? Is this just the teachers?
Correct.
Okay.
Dr. Green's.
So the professional development is for the teachers at that time, and then when the school year happens, what they've learned will be shared with the students during the school year.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 7, this is also to you, Dr. Green, through the superintendent. Let me stay in my place. We have an employee that we who is, this is under Part A. That employee is working, if you look at the schedule for that employee under number A, it seems to conflict with the next with B, where she's going to be, almost looks like this employee will be double dipping. So if you look at A for that employee, look at the hours that she's working and the days. And if you go down to B, she's listed again. You look at the schedule, look at the time she's working, there's some overlap. Can that be explained? You know who I'm talking about?
I do, I see it.
Yes, so it's coming
It's on
out
page
of
7.
different grants. She's working a total of 108 hours throughout the duration of that time.
Then go down to the next one. And then see the times and the, yeah.
Okay.
So she's, but it looks like a double dip, so explain it again?
So it's a total of 108 hours that she's working during the time frame of July 26th through August 31st. And so some of her hours will come out of one grant, and the other hours will come out of a different grant.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Because typically when I see stuff like that, and actually I work right now under multiple grants, so I have to do a timesheet and say I'm allocating 25% of hours to this code and another 25. I guess I've never seen it on a resolution form or format, so it has to be written this way to indicate that this is the grant that you're going to charge 83 hours maximum to that grant, and then charge the 25 to this grant up here.
Yes.
Is that the way to read that?
Yes.
Okay. And then that total is 103 hours total for, but is it for the same time frame?
Yeah, on some of it is.
Yeah.
It overlaps.
So do you know how many hours that comes out to though, Dr. Green?
108 hours total is what she's going to get.
But how many per week?
So it's, if you look at an 8-hour day, it was 13 and a half days.
But is a school day considered 8 hours?
No,
Especially in the summer?
6-hour days of 108 hours. Let me get that for you. About 18 days between July 26th and August 31st.
So then that would be 100, I'm trying to actually calculate how many hours per day this individual's working. So they're going to be working about 103 hours over 18 days. Okay. So 100 and, yeah. So that's about 5.76. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're doing the calculations because, you know, we had some issues with numbers.
Sure.
At the last resolution, so thank you.
So let me just get it clear again. So they can work, their time can overlap if they're receiving money from different sources.
Yes, so when she enters her time for the 25, she can only get paid 25 hours out of this first grant, and then the other 83 hours out of the second grant.
I got some issues with that, but I'll let it ride for right now. All right, thank you. So a question on page 11 for the resolution 16. My concern is that we've got a person that we're paying about $13,000 for July 23rd through September 3rd. He's going to be working 214 hours in the, to provide direct services to approximately 20 adult incarcerated students at the Monroe County Jail. The question becomes, are they allowing people to go back into the jail?
They are.
So why are we paying him that kind of money when I go to the next section of that, and for 3 people, we're not paying that kind of money?
I believe it's based on their base salary hourly rate.
Do they have to be in there does he have to be in there 214 hours? Why can't he be in there less than that? I mean, is there some requirement that he's in there 214 hours and we're paying him to go into the jail that kind of money?
Typically, what they'll do is they'll do the incarcerated students 1-to-1, and that's how he needs the additional hours.
Okay, I'm voting no on that. I can't support that.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner LeBron.
President White, I just, I'm going to actually email the board clerk to put my questions on the board log, so I'm going to hold you up tonight with 1,000,001 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead. There being no further questions, let's go ahead and take a vote.
I do have one
Yes,
question.
go ahead.
Let me just get it clarified. So in the summertime, are teachers getting their regular salary and then in addition to this, we're paying them this additional pay?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If there are none, we'll go ahead and vote on resolutions 13 through 23. All those in favor of resolution 13 to 23 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Yes, Mr. President, resolution, I think it was resolution 16. No to A. Resolution 20, no to A and B.
You wouldn't be able to vote no to, we'd have to split the resolution. The resolution is only one number.
Well, I'll just vote no to.
To the number, okay.
Right.
All right.
So, Resolution 16,
And resolution 20,
yes.
okay.
Next, we have before the Board of Education Resolutions 24 and 25. They are EPO resolutions. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Is there a second? I think I heard Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding resolutions 24 and 25?
Yeah, Mr. President, so
ma'am.
why do we have, the title of, instead of the name, we got teacher A, B, C, according to alphabet. So why do we have that listed as opposed to the teachers themselves?
That's a great question. The board resolutions.
Make sure you just introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Wilson-Thavenason. I'm the principal at East Lower School, representing Dr. Sean Nelms tonight as he is on vacation for the East EPO. We put in placeholders because as of the time the board resolutions were due, we had not filled our vacancies. And so we wanted to be sure that we budgeted for those, but we have not, although many of those hires are in process, they're not complete, so those names would not be showing up on East's budget yet.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 24 and 25? Commissioner LeBron?
I'm voting no on these, but I do have a question on clarification, and I think this might be for legal. We're voting on a resolution with void of the actual employee. I think they're just want us to pass it for the budget purposes so that they know that the funding is there. Will they have to bring back a resolution with the actual employee's name?
No, they don't have to legally. The board has traditionally asked for the names, but the names have not always even matched up because there's so much fluidity sometimes in a building between the time the resolution and the summer work happens. So it's not a legal requirement. The board's only required to authorize an expenditure. So as long as it doesn't exceed the expenditure amount authorized by the board, it's still legal.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 24 and 25? There being none, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution 24 and 25 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
I'm going to do nay too.
I believe the resolution
Yeah, it passes.
passes. All right. Next, I need a resolution to discuss Resolution 26, which of course relates to special education programs and services. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding this resolution that relates to special education programs and services?
What resolution number is that?
26.
Oh, I've gone all the way down.
Take your time.
I think my vote is yes on that. Yes, it's yes.
Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 26? There being none, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 26 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Seems, Madam Clerk, that the ayes have it. Next, I'd ask for a motion to discuss Resolutions 28 through 47. These are not consecutive resolutions. Obviously, you can see in your agenda that there are gaps in between those, but I'd ask that the board take those en masse as a bulk of resolutions. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding resolutions 28 through 47, which of course, again, are non-consecutive? There being no questions or comments, I will I will call for a vote. All those in favor of human capital resolutions 28 through 47, which again are non-consecutive resolutions, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Madam Clerk, again, it appears that the ayes have it. Next, I'd ask that my colleagues turn their attention to resolution number 52, which is an EPO grant of tenure resolution. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner
Second.
Powell. Seconded by Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding resolution number 52? There being no additional questions or comments, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 52 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? That the ayes have that as well. Next, we turn our attention to resolution number 53, which is described as RCSD non-resident tuition rates, issue that I know Commissioner Powell has looked at over the years. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
I heard Commissioner LeBron, seconded by Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding resolution number 53? Tell you, I get a lot more exercise this way. When I was in front of the Zoom monitor, all I had to do was look ahead. Now I have to go back and forth. Doesn't appear that there are any questions or comments, so let's go ahead and vote on resolution number 53. All those in favor of resolution number 53 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The ayes have it. We now have to address resolutions 54 and 56. These are educational facilities resolutions.
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Is there a second?
Second.
Now the two resolutions are before the full board. Are there any questions or comments regarding resolutions 54 and 56? There being no questions or comments, I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote. All those in favor of resolutions 54 and 56 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. Next, we turn our attention to resolution number 57. This is a resolution to rename a particular school. That would be school number 3. Can I get a motion to advance this resolution
Motion.
for conversation? It's been moved by Commissioner LeBron, seconded by Vice President Elliott. Those are the voices that I heard. But the floor is open to anybody who wants to make a comment or a question.
Mr. President.
I'll start to my left and work my way down. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I do want to acknowledge the students and the parents and staff members from school number 3 that came out and passionately spoke about the name choice and the name selection. It kind of reminded me of when we were first having this conversation and why we have the policy that says the school community, because I vividly remember this coming up for school 12. And, you know, as a parent who has a child in the district, but also have had other girls in this district, I do want to acknowledge that I think I know I would feel some kind of way if I was an active parent in a school and I felt like outside forces were coming in to try to change the name and the school without our input. And so I want to uplift that and acknowledge that and, you know, apologize to them. And I hope wholeheartedly that that we can move past this in a way, and I don't know what that healing is going to look like for our parents and our scholars at school number 3, but I am 100% supporting the name change to Dr. Alice Young, you know, and also some of the sentiments that they mention around Harriet Tubman. I do want to acknowledge that if it was not for some of the work and hard work of Dr. Alice Young, that many of us in this community will have not even had the opportunity to go into MCC, to be touched by some of the leadership there, to then move on to other colleges and other leadership paths. And I myself am one of those individuals, and I want to uplift that she is one of our first African-American Black educators in the Rochester City School District. So her impact has been profound in all scholars of the RCSD, but also certainly all the scholars that move on to MCC and use that as their first stepping stone to other opportunities and careers. And MCC in itself has been an incredible place for individuals to gain leadership skills and move on. And so I just cannot even imagine my own life story without MCC, but that would not have ever occurred if it was not for Dr. Alice Young being one of the first founding board members, the only woman, the only person of color. And so I hope that the scholars at School 3 have the opportunity not just to have a renaming at that school, but to really know who Dr. Alice Young was and her legacy and her family's legacy that I believe will live on forever in the Rochester community. And I think that if we as a school district and as a board and as the superintendent, I'll charge you and your team with this, don't do our job of educating the scholars and the families there of her impact, and we have failed them in changing this name to such a strong legacy. So, and I want to thank you also for the name suggestion. When I saw it, I was very excited. And so that's what I'll end with. Oh, I will say I did speak to Dr. Alice Young's son. She right now is under the weather, and I said, talked to him at length, but two things he wanted me to relate, that most people say that diversity, inclusion, and equity is really the path that we need to be going, but that his mother would say that education and equity, and because of education, that it is needed, it is the necessary part for us to accomplish equity. And so what an honor, and I hope that we can also invite her to come to School 3 and do something to celebrate that. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, Dr. Alex Young is just a beautiful woman and has, I mean, her beauty is just incredible to me. And her work in this community, you know, as her bios outline is just exemplary. And so, you know, there's so many names that we can honor, and I'm hoping in the future we will certainly be able to honor other schools with name changes to reflect the students who are in this district. And so it is an honor, and I do support the renaming of the school, renaming it to Dr. Alice Holloway Young School of Excellence. And I think that's the operative phrase right now, that, you know, if we're going to put her name on something, we need to make sure that it's excellent. And we need to make sure that the mission of that school embodies who she is and the work that she's done over the years and years and years that she's devoted her life into this community. And so, Mr. President and Madam Superintendent, I wholeheartedly support this name change, and looking forward in the future to when we have the opportunity to rename some of our other schools to reflect the students that are in this district. Thank you, Mr. President.
I realize that I may very well be in the minority, and sometimes I found in leadership you have to say things that may appear to be hurtful, but need to be said just the same. First of all, let me say, you could not tell me that a building should not be named after Dr. Young. So everything that Commissioner LeBron and Vice President Elliott said are absolutely correct. I hope if it is not now, that certainly later, that a building is named after her. But I cannot, and also let me say, there is no fingers being pointed here. There's nobody that is to be blamed for the comments that we heard today by parents and students. But the reality is, whether you're talking about Dr. Young, who I know quite well, did not know Harriet Tubman, but I believe that both of them stand for the principle that you have to speak to the indigenous leaders. You have to get their input. You have to listen to them. I cannot imagine Dr. Young listening to a parent who said to us tonight, I attend every PTO meeting and every school-based planning meeting, and this issue never came up. I gotta believe that the Dr. Alice Young that I know, before you put her name on that building, she would want those institutions and those mechanisms that are specifically created to solicit the input of parents and students. She would want to make sure that those institutions were consulted. And I don't think this was any negligence on anybody's part. That part of the policy is not laid out. But we did hear a parent say to us, who is part of an institution that we created for the purpose of consulting parents and students about what their needs are, say they never came to them. The Alice Young that I know, the Dr. Young that I know would not, and I could be wrong, I'm speculating, but the woman that I know, who we all know, spent time in schools as a teacher, as an administrator in this building, probably in part responsible for creating mechanisms of engagement, would never countenance the naming of a school after her if the parents and students weren't consulted. Now, people may say, well, wait a second, Harriet Tubman is a powerful name, and that's what some of these students want, and that's what some of these parents want. But the problem may be, maybe they don't know about Dr. Alice Young. And maybe if we went to them and told them about the powerful legacy of this woman at every level, maybe they would see the connection. But right now, I'm just keep it real with you. They see a movie about Harriet Tubman and the powerful Oscar award performance of a woman who played that role. They learn stuff about Harriet Tubman that they don't know about Alice Young. They don't know what she went through to get to where she's at today. And we should, at the very beginning of this renaming process, let them know who she is. Maybe that's why they want Harriet Tubman, because they've seen the movie, because that's probably one of the few African Americans they were taught about in school. Well, if we're gonna create a legacy for Alice Young, it has to be started in the right way. Tell them about this woman. Most people don't know about her legacy. Let's start the renaming of this building the right way. Let's convince them if we can. Let's inform them of who she is. And then I think you might have people saying, okay, I get it. One, because you came to me, and two, because now I know who this woman is. I thought I know who Harriet Tubman is, but I know who Alice Young is. That's how we should do this. And again, I could be wrong, but I know her like some people. I really believe that's how she would want this school named after her. I believe if she were standing here right now, she would say, no, you got parents who weren't engaged. I think the woman that I know would say, nope, not now. Let's see what they say. Let's talk to them about that. I apologize, Superintendent. I do not want my comments to be misconstrued and not supporting what I think I personally think is a great choice for a name. But I think if it's truly going to be great, it has to begin in a great way. And I don't think this was the right way. Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, so one thing I am glad about is the name is being changed from what the school name is being changed. But I would be not honest if I was not to tell you that I'm concerned when students and parents' voices are not being heard. Please don't put, there's too many things that go on with the district where there's forums required with public input, parent input, and we cannot just have this be a check the box. And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what the perception of what I heard up there tonight. And we have to do something different. If we invite these students and parents to have voice, we got to listen and we got to respond to that. I support Ms. Young, but we really need to, moving forward, we need to adhere to not checking the box and when it comes to listening to parents and students. With that, I'm clear.
Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. I know that any lack of engagement or deficiencies in engagement are connected to COVID. And I mean, not all of our kids were in school in June to ask the question of them. And I don't know how effective the outreach was in the virtual classrooms when asked. And I have no horse in the race. I think my first inclination would be to pick someone from the Rochester area, someone local who has made a direct impact in the Rochester area before a national figure. But Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad did have a connection to Rochester. So, they weigh equally in my mind if those were the only two choices. My preference, and I'll put it in the form of a motion, is that we table this resolution until our September meeting so that the school communities have an opportunity to be robustly engaged. I'm only because a couple of people shared that sentiment, that I can at least get a second.
The only challenge to that is it would cut off debate, and we haven't heard from, if you get a second to that motion, motion to table goes directly to vote, right?
I'll hold my
that?
motion then.
Yep, that's right. So thank you very much, Commissioner Pott. We certainly want to hear from Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I must tell you, I was ecstatic when I heard that Dr. Alice Young's name was under consideration for the renaming of the school, because I cannot think of a more worthier individual in the Rochester community. But I agree with you, Van, that she would want it to be a democratic process, and I would support Commissioner Powell's recommendation to table the recommendation until September so that we can have community input from the school.
The only thing I would add to that is, I don't want folks to misunderstand, there was a community input, but obviously not at some institutionalized mechanisms like school-based planning and PTO. Then again, let me just say, Commissioner LeBron, we create these organizations for the purpose of soliciting the input of parents. And for whatever reason, probably because there wasn't, and maybe we ought to look at this in terms of our bylaws or policies, in terms of renaming schools, maybe we should be very specific so that our superintendent in the future knows that this is an expectation. So perhaps the fault is ours. But Commissioner LeBron?
So this board, minus myself and maybe a few others, but I can't remember who all supported this, accepted a petition with people who don't even live in Rochester on Change.org to get this going. So that is ludicrous that now you want to table this to focus only internally, which was my argument from the first place, that the petition for the school name change should have come from the school themselves, and they should be leading this. We would not even be here had you all not accepted that original petition that was bogus with addresses from outside of the Rochester community. So that's one. The other thing is that I would like to hear from the superintendent, because she did send us a significant amount of information along with this name change to address the concerns that these 4 individuals out of the entire school have mentioned. And I'm not trying to minimize those 4 voices, because clearly there is a disconnect. But that disconnect started when we accepted a petition to change the name with people who don't live in the Rochester community and were not people from school number 3. And nobody is defending keeping Rochester Nathaniel a slave owner's school name on any level, so I want to be very clear about that. I don't even want the name to be there on the building a day more, but I would like to hear from the superintendent and what her and her administration team did through this entire process, and share some of the information she emailed the board. Thank you.
President White, thank you, and good evening to everyone. So as I've outlined, the policy that guides this process certainly is policy 7500. And how this did start was a petition was submitted to myself and the Board of Education. The board outlines that we develop a timeline, which was done, and it was announced at the May 27th Board of Education meeting. In that timeline, we determined that we would hold a community forum, which was held on June 23rd, and it provided anyone, students, staff, community members, et cetera, to share their sentiments relative to the naming of the school. And so names suggested during that meeting included Maya Angelou, Dr. Mae Jemison, Constance Mitchell, who is local, Howard Poles, who was local, Harriet Tubman, who was the center of attention tonight, Ida B. Wells, and Dr. Alice Holloway Young. And those individuals are listed in alphabetical order and in no particular priority. As stipulated by the policy, I take the information in that is provided through the public comment, and also information was submitted. So I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that it wasn't that the other names weren't considered, but if we want to talk about the fact that the Rochester City School District is a pre-K through graduation educational institution, and as the four individuals, 2 students, a parent, and a staff member indicated, the qualities and the characteristics that are embodied in the spirit of school number 3, and that those qualities align with Harriet Tubman, there is a disconnect, because if you truly understand who Dr. Alice Holloway Young is, and I think that's a critical point, if we want to have living history replicated, we can't have a conversation as noble and as honorable and courageous as the late Harriet Tubman was. We have Dr. Alice Holloway Young, who is living and breathing and a local pioneer and hero. And frankly, there are many people in this room who wouldn't be where they were if it had not been for the courageous footsteps that she took many years ago to be one of the first of 6 African-American teachers in the Rochester City School District. We can teach that not only at school number 3, but across the district. She was the first African-American vice principal in the Rochester City School District, a principal, and came to central office to lead Title I. Not to take away from anything, again, that Harriet Tubman contributed to our local community and nationally, and she is known and has become much more popular because of the movie. I feel very strongly, and that's why I recommended one name. It's not that I did not take the recommendations from students, from staff or others, but here we have an opportunity when we talk about engaging young people and having an opportunity for them to actually talk to and engage with someone who is an educator who had significant influence in the Rochester City School District. I feel that's important. And as Commissioner LeBron started off with, we do have a disconnect, so we need to go back and we need to talk to the students. But I feel very strongly that if we wait until September, the name Nathaniel Rochester remains on that school. And then I believe that we would have to wait another year before we rename that school. I stand committed to the name, but participating in education and making sure that our staff, I see our principal is here this evening to make sure that that's carried out through the Office of Teaching and Learning with our school chiefs, and to really help students understand that while they may be disappointed if it wasn't Harriet Tubman, we have somebody local who is living, who can engage with them and have a conversation. And hopefully we can encourage and spark and ignite young people to enter the field that she so valiantly dedicated her life to.
Steve, I have a question. I know that at a certain period of time we have to announce if we're closing a school or opening a school. Is there any law or regulation that requires that we announce a name change with any state regulation respecting that?
I don't know. I've not looked at this in advance. It still has to be approved by state ed, I know, once the board votes on it, but I don't know if there's an implementation timeline as far as whether you can do it opening, or it has to be done opening year or not. I can take a look real quick.
Yeah, if you could, that would be it.
Commissioners, there is no date restriction on the change of the school name. As long as it is voted on and approved by the board, then it can be submitted to the state education department.
So,
They typically like to have it before July 1, but it could be done after that time.
Thanks, Dr. Morris.
So in terms of the time restraint, there really is none. we could do this in September, and it would be lawful and it would be accepted. I know the state would accept it. I can't imagine if there's a law that prevents that, it wouldn't. The other thing is, you make a good point. Let me repeat again. I think this is a brilliant idea. Everything that you said about her convinced me when you first told me about the idea that she is the right person. But when you talk about principles of, let's call them Holloway principles, one of the principles would be, in fact, engagement. You want these students to be engaged. Rhetorically, would we want to begin her legacy with a member of the school-based planning team and the PTO saying, you didn't engage us, right? If there's no harm in us waiting a month to do that, why wouldn't we do that? No one is saying that this school should be named after her. What I'm saying is we should take the time to listen to the voices that we've organized for that purpose and say to them exactly what you just said to everybody else. Talk to them about else, because again, all of us here know her at different levels, but there's a good chance that some of them don't, and they need to know her. And I would bet that some of the resistance that we were experiencing, that we saw today, I bet you it would dissipate. They're thinking of a very powerful person that they've heard about exclusively. And that's the sad part about the American educational system and African Americans. You hear about Frederick Douglass, Susan B. Anthony, Harriet Tubman, and that's pretty much, that's what I got as a kid. We're talking about expanding that. And I think that's what you're competing against. And an Oscar-winning performance to boot. Let's talk to them about it, because she was a teacher. And I would imagine another Holloway principle would be teach them first. So, Commissioner Powell.
I just want to direct the superintendent and say, you did it exactly. I'm looking at the policy. It says that the school date may be named or renamed by the Board of Education for various reasons, including but not limited to the following. The petition was just fourth in a list of four. It could just as easily have had a fifth that said superintendent's recommendation right off the bat. But then you followed the steps, as you said, you didn't advance three options. You selected one to recommend, but we know the others. So I'm not criticizing it at all by suggesting that we table. I'm only saying no fault of the administration or yourself. Trying to tackle a name change under COVID conditions just seems like it was just 1 degree too difficult for the, not for you, but for the community to focus on. You know, I think that a lot of folks have been very insulated and insular in their effort to.
Commissioner Powell, your mic is off, so no one's, thank you.
I don't know how much my voice carried before that. I know the superintendent heard me. But I think that because people have been kind of cloistered in their homes and in their pods throughout the pandemic, efforts to do outreach probably not had as much impact as we would have liked. And I don't think that that reflects poorly on anyone in this room, but I think that, tabling this resolution would give us an opportunity in September to do a full court press with in-person, especially with the students. The parents probably only have like one shot at the school and one shot in plaque to weigh in, but you know, the students who are walking through the doors every day would have perhaps much more opportunity. And as President White said, an opportunity to become educated on our local heroes, which is my preference, that we that we focus on our local heroes, for sure.
Commissioner LeBron?
So even though there's not a law in NICE that doesn't require us, we're again saying that we're going to continue to leave a slave owner's name on the building, because if we table it, we're not going to be changing the name tonight. And then we want new students and returning students who are going to be coming back after being a year and a half plus being out of school for the most part. We didn't have hundreds and thousands of all of our students in schools. To then go through an additional process, even though she followed the policy through our own Commissioner Powell's acknowledgement of reading the policy and pinpointing exactly where our superintendent followed the policy along the path. But we're still going to table it and then try to re-engage so we get to keep the slave owner's name longer on the building until we all figure it out and we engage. That doesn't make sense. And let me just say this, even if we change the name in September, now we're going to have to endure a cost that we didn't associate, because everything's gonna have to be rebranded, reprinted, rechanged, name building. I am not trying to, I can't even imagine how that's gonna happen in September, that we're gonna have parents and students starting in September, and 3 weeks later, when our board business meeting comes up and this resolution comes up again, that in the middle of that, of returning back to school after being gone for a year and a half, we're gonna start to vote on and change the name in October. And then, that sounds crazy to me. Like, when we change school building names, there should be a process and a plan, and it should be done over a summer period, so that when students are returning in September, that has already occurred, at least minimally cosmetically, because it is going to take a lot to change the name in all of our systems, and that building system for parents to understand on the web. That is a lot of work. To do that in September is just absolutely ludicrous to me.
Commissioner
I'm just kind of lost with the changing brands. I didn't know nothing was written in stone already. I really, you kind of lost me with that. Is this as if Alice Young's name is on there already or something? I'm lost with that. I'm going to vote for Alice. I'm not going to vote for a delay because the reason that we said we want to delay is to educate them. So that means is educate them so that we'll still go with the same vote. I don't want to go through that. That's basically the same thing as checking the box. All my issue was going forward, we need to really listen to the community and the students. That was my issue. I'm going to vote for this not to be tabled.
All right, so if there are any further comments, let's see if there's a second to your motion. I'm seconding it.
I do have a question.
Oh, yes.
Yes, so the motion was to accept or to consider resolutions 57 and 58 as a bundle. So now we're doing a motion to, are you gonna?
Table the particular one related to.
Okay, so we're gonna
I
split
mean,
that.
we can do that, right, Steve? Yeah. So I'm seconding the motion to table resolution number 57. The motion to table goes directly to a vote. So let's go ahead and take that vote. All those in favor of tabling resolution number 57, let's make sure the motion is complete. For a date certain, when is the next?
Did you want September or did you want August?
Well, the PTO.
My motion was
You
September's
heard her motion was
business-
September.
September's business meeting.
September's business.
September's business meeting is the 23rd.
All right, so there is a motion to table resolution number 57 to September the 23rd. That goes directly to vote. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion to table resolution number 57 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Nay.
So let's go ahead and vote on the bundle. Unless there's any other questions or comments regarding let's see, I'm trying to find our place here. Unless there's any other comments regarding resolutions 57 and 58. No? All right, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution number, I'm going to do it individually. I can do that, right, Steve? I did indicate we're going to take it as a bundle, but because of the issues,
Why don't you ask for a motion to separate them? You can't really vote that way on two different, they're together, it's the either.
okay.
I guess you could ask everybody to say yes to one and no.
Well, that's what I was going to do.
All right.
Is that all right?
Sure.
All right, so let's deal with resolution number 57. All those in favor of resolution 57 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The school has been named after Dr. L. Young Holloway. Next resolution before the board is resolution number 58. Any questions, any further questions or comments regarding resolution number 58? We took it as a bundle.
Yeah, President White, can you
Yes.
give me the numbers, because the copies that,
Oh,
for the resolution?
they're still voting on 57 and 58, though.
58, you close debate, you just need to get your vote. Because you.
Well, that's,
Okay, I mean.
Okay,
Procedurally.
okay, go ahead.
you want to ask your question? We haven't voted yet.
I just want the clarity, because my sheet ends at 57, but there was an added one, and then I don't have numbers for these, because these are the walk-ons.
Yes,
Okay.
I will clarify the numbers for the walk-ons, so
Okay.
everyone will have them.
Okay.
58, looks like it says cyber insurance, is that correct?
Yes.
It's on board docs.
All right. All right, so let's go ahead and vote on resolution number 58. All those in favor of resolution number 58 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm a
Any
nay.
opposition? Any opposition?
Nay.
Seems like the ayes have it. Next, we have, I believe these are walk-on resolutions.
Yes.
Resolution number 58, which relates to number 59, which relates to number 58 school.
Well, can I clarify?
Yes,
I sent
ma'am.
you a little text. I don't know if you saw, because I'm going to need to clarify, because they were split and separated. So I'm going to, if I can clarify, number 59 relates to the tenure, the tenure resolution. Number 60 relates to the principal appointment. Resolution 62 is regarding the contract that you have, contract increase. And then there is a resolution for the extension, MOU extension. It is, that's resolution 62.
Madam Clerk, I was exactly going to do that with each and every one. So I began by saying number 59 related to number 58. And 60 relates to an appointment, 61 to tenure, 62 to contractual issues relating to Dr. Nelms, and 63 RT extension. So I was going to do that with each and every one. All right, 59 relates to, as the clerk and I have indicated, to number 58 school, an appointment there. Any questions or comments regarding resolution number 59? There being no questions or comments? Yes.
I just have one quick comment that I want to just share about the tenure for Dominic, for Dominic, our Director of Art. Just want to congratulate him, but also just share that he is such an amazing asset to the Rochester City School District and has really dedicated a very long time in this district. Worked at schools. He worked at school 8 before Dr. D. DeToy got there. And it was the wild, wild west back then. But DeToy came in. So I'm very happy to see him get this tenure. And I'm grateful that Dr. Black has been able to get to know him and make this recommendation. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolution 59? They're walk-ons.
Do you want my copy?
Hold on. I'll have the clerk, we're not going to read the whole resolution, but she will give you the title. 59 is, what's the title?
Oops, sorry about that. And also, Tom, if you can pull them on the screen, thank you. So resolution, what is going to be 59, because these were walk-ons, so number 59 has been assigned, is a tenure grant for Mr. Dominic Picard. Then there will be resolution 60 with regard to an appointment for Mr. Donko Hansen. And then I will post the other two. Sorry, I just had those two on that one.
So right now, though, we're just focused on 59. Any other questions or comments? I know Commissioner LeBron just expressed some commentary. Anybody else on 59? All right, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution number 59 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? The ayes have it. Next, before the board is resolution number 58. No, I'm sorry, number 60, I'm sorry. Number 60, which relates to an appointment of a particular person. It's been moved by Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second? I heard Vice President Elliott second it. Any questions or comments regarding that resolution? Madam Clerk, could you just once again repeat what 60 is about?
Sure. Resolution number 60 on the screen is for an appointment to the administrative tenure area for Mr. Donko Hansen.
Any questions or comments regarding resolution number 60? Both ways? I don't see any, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution number 60 indicate by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. Next, we have, yes. Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, President White. Mr. Donko Hansen is here. I'd ask him to stand. He has almost 30-year career in the Rochester City School District. He has previously served as an assistant principal at World of Inquiry School, stellar educator, and we are very excited that he decided to come back. And that's something that I think is really important to note, that we have multiple administrators over the past few weeks and months who were previous in the district, left, and are now coming back home. So with that, Mr. Donko Hansen, if you'd just like to say a few words.
Yes, I'd like to thank the board and the school community for allowing me to come back home. As we always say at World of Inquiry, we are crew, not passengers, and it takes all of us to make sure that we row in the same direction as we try to uplift our students. And so I'm looking forward to being the next school leader at World of Inquiry School number 58. And thank you for allowing me to become crew once again.
Welcome, welcome. Well, welcome back, I should say. Welcome back.
Congratulations. Next item on the agenda is resolution number 61. Is there a motion? 61. Madam Clerk, you want to just read the caption or summarize that?
61 was handed to you by Francine, I believe.
Relates to the...
Yes, and that one relates to the contract renewal for Dr. Sean Nelms with regard to the EPO. Also on the screen.
61?
I had that
That's
as
61.
62. What's that?
62 is the RTA contract extension.
Okay, so this cheat sheet is wrong?
Yeah. Yes. That's why I was trying to clarify for you.
Okay, all right. All right, so 61 relates to the EPO contract extension. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by
Second.
Commissioner Powell, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding resolution number 61? In both ways? Looking at the monitor for Commissioner Clark, no questions. So let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution number 61 indicate by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Nay.
opposition?
Nay.
Madam Clerk, it appears by my count that the ayes have it, that the resolution has been approved. Next item on the agenda is resolution number 62. That resolution relates to the extension of the RTA contract. It's up there on the screen. Thank you, staff. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Commissioner Powell first. Any questions or comments regarding resolution number 62? I don't see any, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution number 62 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. I was asked to provide a comment on behalf of the board in a press statement, and I will offer it now and produce it in writing. We, as a Board of Education, are thankful for the leadership shown by the Teachers Association, and of course by Superintendent Leslie Myers-Small for allowing us an additional reading room so that contractual discussions can continue in an amicable way. The only indicator concern that I shared with the superintendent, and I know she was way ahead of this commentary on my part, is it is important that although we have an additional period to conduct negotiations, that we not wait until the last minute to have them. I've seen that happen before in this district. We get an extension, and then people wait until 6 months, 3 months before that extension expires. You have negotiated a fine extension agreement, but it will be all for naught if we don't begin negotiations, as you've expressed, right in September, to make sure that when that year is expired, we have an agreement that is not done at the last minute. So again,
Mr. President, just as Chair of HR, if I could just also chime in, I think that it's important that the RTA recognizes, as well as the district, is that we have to work together on this, that we're in difficult times, and to have the cooperation of RTA on behalf of our children and the staff in this district is going to be very important. We can't always get what we'd like to get, and that's why we do negotiations, but you know, going forward in the future, these are going to be very difficult times, and I just would like to have the RTA to be cooperative. I think this is the first time that I've even supported a RTA contract. You know, I'm willing to bend, and, you know, I think that RTA should also be willing to negotiate and make some sacrifices. Thank you.
any other questions or comments? Although the vote has already taken place, I appreciate that people might want to express some.
Not in reference to that.
Okay. Something else?
Yes.
Yes.
Point of personal privilege. I think that's how they say it. I just like to, because I'm the one who, I like to call out a lot of stuff when I see it. I'm just who I am. And last week, early in the morning, I'm taking my daughter to school for some kind of event. It was about 8:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. And there was a motor vehicle accident on Main Street by Gibbs. And I'd like to acknowledge Mike Schmidt for taking his time out to stop and helping this African-American young lady who was injured. And he was holding up traffic, and he was doing his thing. And so I just would like to acknowledge my appreciation for him doing that, stepping up and representing the district, just representing humanity. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you, Mike. All right, that does not surprise me that Mike would do that. All right, let's go back up on the agenda because we skipped ahead to do these resolutions. We are at board reports. To save time, I don't have a president's report to deliver. We can save time. You guys have had my schedule. I would just tell you all, I intended on bringing, and I'll bring them at the next board meeting, 2 cups. One from University of Virginia and the other one from Buffalo. The reason behind my bringing these 2 cups is they represent my children's schools. And both of my children, as you all know, because I've talked about it before, are graduates of the Rochester School District. My daughter, some of you may know, I just took her to UVA in a U-Haul, and she's beginning their doctoral program there. And then my son, I'm very proud that he is an educator and was with the district for 6 years. So the reason why I mention this, and I'll conclude, is we really have to do a better job at telling the stories of our children. Mine are just 2, but there are thousands, tens of thousands of children that went to the district schools that are doing really well. We had another example. This is part of my president's report. Tay Diggs, right? But I live in a city where it's not difficult to get to know the success stories. And what do we frequently do? We talk about MCC and the students who are struggling to get remedial services there. That's the narrative that everybody talks about. And that's true. We do need to deal with that. It is really unfortunate that our students, many of them go to that school and they struggle. But we don't, and that's a small percentage of our students. And by the way, it's not a surprise that students who sometimes go to MCC struggle. But we don't talk about the students who go to Temple and Harvard and UVA. And again, I just use my kids as an example. There are thousands of them, and we don't talk about them. So the next board meeting, this is part of my presence for it. I want to put up my 2 cups that, as a proud father, I go to those bookstores, college bookstores. And I know there are people up here who got similar stories, absolutely. And you know, the school has just been named after Dr. Alice Young, and it should be. And that school is a wonderful opportunity for a lot of people, and it wouldn't exist but for her support. But we have to stop defining the narrative around the district's success or failure around how kids struggle at MCC. I've heard people in this building do that. And the reason why those cups are going to be placed up here is because there are thousands and thousands of students in this district that do well at top-notch schools, and we don't talk about them. They don't require, my children who went to the MAP program at number 50 school and went to the IB program at Wilson, never needed any remediation. And it's not because they're my kids and they're brilliant. That's not the point I'm making. It's because they went to the Rochester City School District and it provided them what they need, and there are thousands, tens of thousands of students that are doing the same. We have to start telling those stories. And if we don't, we're spiting our nose to cut off our face. There's just too many good things happening. On this dais, the parents are extremely proud of what is happening with their kids, and we have to stop focusing on the negative. Because I know for a fact, personally, and I know if I were to ask individuals in this room, that this district is doing remarkable. My daughter would not be in a doctoral program if it weren't for the Rochester City School District. And that's the God's honest truth. It's not just her parents. It's the school district that did that. My son has a passion for educating because of the Rochester City School District. And he can name teachers and principals. We have to, and he never required remediation. We have to start talking about those stories. So if somebody has a cup or a hat where their child went, bring it. I'm starting a Facebook page, and you all know I'm leaving, but this Facebook page is going to survive. The success stories of this district. We've got some great stories. And as a parent, I want to say thank you to the Rochester City School District for doing what you did for my children. That's my president's report. I think we have something from the EPO and the superintendent.
So actually, we have the finance committee that is supposed to be in this new format now, so it starts now, so we can keep things moving. So I have the CFO waiting to give the presentation.
So Commissioner LeBron, once again, you have proven that I will mess up, so thank you again.
Because I have her waiting, I almost want to be like, you guys all got the report, y'all ready, we ain't presenting tonight.
All right, go ahead, thank you.
Okay, Carlene, I'm going to turn it over to you, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, it's just funny. I just want to take you through the June 30th financial report. And again, this is not the year-end report, this is the June 30th report, so the month ending. And I will take us where I normally go, is we just hit on our highlights, and we're going to start with the cash flow and talk about that. So if we go to the actual cash flow projections. Next one, there you go. Okay, and again, we always go over to the right-hand side. Yep, there you go. A little bit more on the right-hand side. And what you're going to see there is where we actually ended the month. And it's a little bit lower than what we had thought. We're actually at 104.9 million, and that is lower than we had anticipated. But the reason it's lower than anticipated is that there were 2 state aid payments that did not come through. We were expecting them to come through on June 30th, and they actually showed up on July 1st. So with those 2 payments alone, that was in excess of 63 million. And I just want to point that out, that the money is in our bank now, and it will be added to that balance. But again, we had to close the books, close the month out on June 30th, so it shows the balance being 104.9 million. The other thing that you'll notice on there is we did successfully pay back the RAN without penalty, so that is now gone. It's in our history, and we're just going to continue to move forward. When you take a look at where we were June 30th this year as compared to June 30th last year, you'll see that once that state aid payment is added in, and again, we have received the money, it just came in July 1st, that total would have been up to $168.1 million, which represents a $40 million increase over the same period last year. So it's important to note that. The improvement in the cash flow situation, the liquid cash flow situation, has removed the need, as we've been talking to you about, that we will not need to go out for a RAN next year, which is good news. And that is all in part of that effort where we want to continue to reduce our short-term debt. I want to take a look now at really revenues over expenditures, and it's not any given page, Kalia, so it's more just a synopsis for everyone, so you don't have to go through it. But when you take a look at the revenues over expenditures, very similar to the vast majority of the districts within New York State, the districts are going to show a higher than normal level of fund balance. That's an absolute fact because of the COVID impact and predominantly reduction in contractual obligation expenditures. So we have to keep that in mind because when you actually say the numbers, it sounds pretty profound, but you have to remember this is not a normal operating scenario. And so with that, the projection right now is that we will end this year with a fund balance of approximately $60 million. When that is coupled with the fund balance from last year, it takes us up to, and again, this is all classifications of fund balance, up to, again, only a projected number of $142 million. And so that's extremely good news. And with that, I just want to tie that into the fact that you remember in March we received our upgrade to our Moody's rating from negative to stable. On July 14th, we received an upgrade in our S&P rating from negative to stable. And we just got the good news that when the city went out for a ban this past week, we were awarded an interest rate by JPMorgan Chase of 0.086%. So again, our debt obligation, the entire debt obligation that the city presented is $59.9 million. So that means in the year 22-23, when that debt is enacted, the interest rate again is 0.086. And I'm only stressing that interest rate because what was shared with us by the fiscal advisor for the city of Rochester is that is the lowest interest rate awarded in the history of municipal markets. So very good news. The last item, and again, this is a new piece of information that you'll be looking at. It's on the H fund and the K fund. It's the very last two reports in your package this evening. This is a new format. We were charged by the state monitor to come up with a financial report that would provide you with more detail on the H fund and the K fund. And so we came up with a report, but it's still open for discussion. We realize that it's probably not as detailed as you would like it, but the next step that we have to offer is almost too detailed, and that's when we presented that report previously. People said this is way too much information. So we're trying to find a happy medium, but as we try to spell it out within the report itself, the area of greatest interest, I guess you could say, or the activity within the funds were the preparation for the $315,000 expenditure for the vehicles that you approved through the CIP this past budget year. So that's the activity, and when we have items like that, we'll continue to bring it forward within the report, but then also provide you with the detail reports so you can see where that impact is occurring. And that's all I had for this evening, so.
Thank you. And I just want to add, well, first of all, thank you, Carlene, to you and your team again, because it has been a tremendous amount of work done over the last couple of months to just get all of this organized, but also trying to meet Dr. Jallo's requirements by a certain deadline. So The new report that she just mentioned, if you all can look at it also and take your time before the August Finance Committee meeting, we will add that as an agenda topic with Dr. Jallo there as well. We want to make sure it lines up with her requirement or recommendation so that we're in compliance fully, but that it is something that makes sense to the entire board. So thank you for you and your team, because we did have a deadline to meet, but we also weren't fully meeting as a committee to have the conversation this month. So, but Commissioner Powell, do you have your hand up? Do you want to? Yes.
This is really a year-end question, and I understand these reports are pre-year-end adjustments. But understanding that the lunch fund wasn't going to produce the revenues needed to offset the costs, will we be able to expect a resolution transferring the $3 million assigned, the school lunch assigned fund balance to the lunch fund effective June 30th?
Right, so we had already appropriated that money previously, so I believe that we're all set with that. We had anticipated the deficit situation with the lunch fund. We don't have the final numbers. I don't have the final numbers yet on the lunch fund. The last I knew, they were still running through their inventory and trying to close out their books, but that money would be transferred over from the general fund because it was appropriated, and it would go into the lunch fund.
It was appropriated as an assigned fund balance. It needs a resolution to move it into the lunch fund.
So you're asking if we would go forward with it? We would have to go forward with it if there is an absolute deficit. We had anticipated $3 million, but I don't know what it would be right now. I don't have that number right now.
I would have expected to be more than $3 million, but, okay, because being an assigned fund balance, you can't use it for any other purpose, and there's no reason to leave, either we need it to offset the loss in the lunch fund, or we don't need it at all, and it shouldn't be sitting around as an assigned fund balance after this year. So that's my point.
Absolutely, yep.
Any other questions?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because it's a finance meeting, Dan. This is the new finance format. We go into finance.
This isn't a finance meeting.
This is a finance, this is the format that we put in the, yeah, we talked about this. Finance is not meeting every month. We're added to the board business meeting for 30 minutes to do the presentation, field questions, and then I'm going to ask for a motion for the financial report and the fourth quarter change order report.
All right.
Which I was going to do now. So can I have a motion for those two reports? I know it's a new system for us because we're not meeting every month.
Sure.
But this is what we're doing, so we don't have to meet for finance
But
every month.
I just wanted to add a comment.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead, President.
All right. I did want to note the exceptional work that you have done, and you have done, Dr. Myers. I think that really does deserve considerable applause, and we would not be here without your work. However, I think it is very important to recognize we would not be in this position, we would not have new leaders in Albany finally decided to make good on the commitment that was articulated by the New York State Court of Appeals more than a decade ago. This, as a number of people have said, we don't know what's going to happen next time, but for our new leaders, and I'm not good at remembering names, so I'm not going to mention them, but I know, for example, Commissioner Adams and others, I went up on the Hill, I know Commissioner Powell did, and others may have as well. People spent more than a decade trying to get people in Albany to make good on what was needed to adequately fund urban education. And finally, at least this year, they did that. And that too, and I don't want anybody to think I'm taking away from the good work, the diligence that you have done, but we have to acknowledge that we're in this place in part, not only because of COVID money, but also because people in Albany finally did, and I'm looking at you, Ricardo, because I know you spent a lot of time going up to Albany, more than I did, and a lot of people did, and finally, they got the message, and we have some cash to adequately do what we need to do. Now, we've had money before, and people haven't always done the right thing with it. So really, kudos to you all for being good financial stewards. But I don't want to leave out the people who, we have basically a new team in Albany, and they decided to do something different. And they decided to finally make sure that urban education was adequately funded. And I want to acknowledge that. And I think I can comfortably do that on behalf of the Board of Education, because we wouldn't be here today if those leaders didn't go in there and do their thing. Commissioner Powell? I'm sorry.
Actually, I'm going to respond before I call on you, Commissioner Powell, because I just want to clarify, I don't want my community to be confused about how the Moody rating change and our standing with the ban and the percentage. It has nothing to do with the money that's coming from Albany. It's not here yet. It has everything to do with a strong CFO, putting the superintendent saying we're going to do a hiring freeze, we're going to budget and live within our means and figure out how we're going to get through this hump. So that money hasn't even come into this district. So that money has not affected us yet in a positive way. I hope it does, and I am grateful that they made a commitment, and I will let Commissioner Powell explain that commitment, because I think she does an excellent job actually in a very clear way, so that folks understand how that money will come down. But that money did not impact us with this mood rating. The 2021 budget just started 7-1. This is everything to do with our CFO, the finance team, the our internal controls, and honestly, I would even say even the board supporting the superintendent in a hiring freeze, because it was not something that went over well a few months ago when the superintendent presented it. It was really difficult for some of the culture change that needed to happen around not just a hiring freeze, but a spending freeze in all departments. And that took such a huge lift. So I do want to thank you, Carlene, your leadership, your team's leadership, and Dr. Myers-Smalls, your leadership as well, for that direct correlation to the Moody rating being increased and us getting this historically low ban percentage rate. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. President White already gave kudos to our people in Albany on behalf of the board, but if you don't mind, I'd like to reserve my props for Albany for another 2 years. On account of, they promised us a 4-year phase-in once before, and then they reneged. And so if they're promising to phase it in over the next 3 years, I'll save my props for 2 more.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I'm going to join you in those 2 years to give that thanks when we see it really materialize. But can I get a motion for the, I'm sorry, President White, go ahead.
Yeah, perhaps for some, I won't be here in 2 years to give those thanks. I'm sort of getting ahead of it. And I just want to clarify, Commissioner LeBron, I wasn't speaking about the bond rating or anything like that. I was speaking about cash flow. And you're absolutely right, and I thought I was very clear. Much credit to the administration for being sound fiduciary agents. But in recognizing where we are, people need to know that none of us get here on our own. And there has been great courage of people in Albany to decide, hey, listen, I'm going to go to Albany and do something different. And we would really be remiss. And if you want to get a situation where that money doesn't come through, forget to thank the people that made a commitment this year. So that was my only point. I think it is important, and I'm not trying to take away from the effort. I was very clear, very thankful for the effort that you guys have put in. It is really exceptional. But I think we have to be comprehensive in our thanks. And I think we should, while I'm here, I want to thank those people in Albany, because they did the right thing, and they did what many people aren't able to do when they go to Albany, which is to have an impact right away.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion for the June 2021 motion?
Second.
Okay, I just want to finish saying what we're motioning. Can you motion for both the June 2021 financial report and the fourth quarter change order report? Motion and second,
Motion.
thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And then I'm going to turn the gavel over back to either you, President White, says Policy Committee report, so.
Oh, we're done with policy.
No.
There's nothing in the pipeline at this point for policy, so, and we just had one, so there's nothing new to report.
All right, so we'll go back to our agenda. We have the superintendent's report.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Good evening, everyone. Commissioners, President White, Vice President Elliott, our commissioners, our staff, and those who are attending our board meeting either in person or virtually. My presentation tonight is in 3 parts. I first want to provide an update on the federal money that is coming to our district in the form of the coronavirus relief funds. Tonight's presentation will specifically include an overview of the district's strategic goals, priorities, and how that aligns to the money that we are applying for. We'll also provide a recap of all the federal relief funding streams, a review of stakeholder feedback, and a discussion of the district's proposed CRSA plan, including monitor and evaluation initiatives. I also will provide a follow-up or provide a little more detail relative to parent engagement. And then finally, I will provide a reminder relative to the wonderful gift that we received last night from one of our former students. So as you are aware, our strategic plan priorities really guide and provide the framework and the context for every single thing that we do in the Rochester City School District. So as you can see, we have 4 main areas, which are to provide high-quality learning experiences, ensuring that we have an inclusive, caring, and safe learning environment, build strong community, and foster dynamic leadership. Just a quick federal relief funds recap. This slide really serves as a refresher as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The federal government signed into law 3 very distinct bills that will direct significant amounts of funding to schools across the United States. The first round on the left is the CARES Act, by which the district received approximately $23.4 million. This amount is incorporated into our 2021-22 budget. The second round, or the middle area, was the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, or CRSA, which I will refer to for the rest of the presentation. This act directs approximately $87.5 million to the district, and this is the specific bucket that we will be addressing this evening. The third round is the American Rescue Plan Funds, which is approximately $197 million, and a high-level preliminary plan is already loaded on our website and available for public viewing. This plan includes information about the prioritized use of ARP funds. So as you know, over the past several weeks, throughout the months of May and June, we solicited significant amounts of feedback from our varied stakeholders. And we really embarked on a journey that would make sure that we casted our net far and wide to make sure that we heard from our stakeholders, so that when we finalized CRSA and ARP, the plans would really meaningfully and authentically include and incorporate the voices of all the stakeholders, as well as reflect the priorities of the community as a whole. To accomplish this, we held 12 public forums and meetings, and we received 4 letters from community organizations that was sent to myself as well as the board. We loaded on our website an online written feedback area and made available on the ARP website, and it received 80 submissions. These outreach efforts resulted in nearly 600 pieces of discrete feedback, which has been used to inform our plan for both the use of CRSA and ARP. So as you think about the feedback through lines. These next slides summarize the themes that emerged as a result of collecting feedback from multiple stakeholders. And they are aligned with prioritized areas where we intend to target the use of the federal funds that we are so grateful to receive. The community, first and foremost, is calling for culturally responsive curricula, programs, and instructional resources, as well as increased support for parent and student engagement programs. Feedback also reflected a community desire to continue to build high-quality learning experiences for students with additional supports for very specific populations that include ELs, or English language learners, and students with disabilities. We also heard very clearly the importance of having supports for social emotional learning and experiential learning experiences for students, which we did start this summer. There was also a request for increased numbers of specialized to provide improved access to the arts, clubs, athletics, as well as extracurricular activities. Additionally, on this slide, you can see that feedback from stakeholders included an emphasis on diverse programming, such as bolstering or increasing CTE or career and technical education, world language courses, athletic offerings, with a guarantee that all students will have an equitable access to the aforementioned programs. There's also a strong community desire to enhance and expand learning programs with mention of such programs incorporating new and innovative opportunities such as learning labs, enrichment and academic support programs with wraparound services. In terms of high-quality staff, the community was very passionate about the desire to recruit and retain staff that reflect not only the cultural diversity, but also the linguistic diversity that exists in our student population. There was also a strong desire to ensure that all staff receive professional development relative to cultural responsiveness, anti-bias and anti-racist practices, and best practices in instruction and assessment, specifically in reading and math. Finally, the community was calling for increased transparency relative to the use of funds and continued collaboration. As you can see with the breakdown, this chart depicts the proposed appropriation funds in CURSA as associated in each of those 5 areas of district priority and focus. You can see that the bulk of the district CURSA funds in the darker blue as well as the purple focuses on high-quality learning experiences and expanded learning at $39.4 million, as well as infrastructure. I do want to add that infrastructure adds more than just the actual physical plant of our buildings or remodeling, but it also includes system-wide enhancements that support the administration of relief funds. And it also addresses much-needed upgrade and replacement of the Oracle PeopleSoft Business Operating System. So as far as determining priorities, we have documents that were sent to the board and will be made available on our website that provides a brief description, not only of the broad priority, but a brief description of activities that would be funded. And the way that you can see that it's divvied up is that it talks about the amount, the intended outcomes, the research base that's connected to it, the alignment to improvement planning as far as the district. It specifically also connects to the district priorities, which are contained in our strategic plan. And then most importantly for our varied stakeholders and the public, it talks about the connection to the stakeholder feedback that was called with over 600 pieces of data. Additionally, we'll have monitoring and evaluation, which is a critical part of this entire process. And so we want to ensure that this process is aligned with best practice. And we reviewed the information from the Council of Great City Schools, what our Big Five partners were doing, and as well as local districts. The district is in the process of establishing a stimulus fund program to coordinate the project management, because I'm sure you're aware, this is an extremely daunting process. I'll now just shift briefly into parent engagement. As we all know, we have a Parent Leadership Advisory Council, also known as PLAC, and we heard from the Vice President earlier this evening, in which she provided a report to our Board of Education and stakeholders. The Executive Council consists of Kenyon Benz. The Vice President is April Harrison, who spoke this evening, and the Secretary is Rebecca Hetherington. Just yesterday afternoon and evening, I met with the PLAC Executive Council, and we had conversations around the fact that there are issues relative to trust, accountability, as well as symbiotic and respectful relationships. As a part of my report to the Executive Council, I discussed specifically what I, as the Superintendent of Schools, plans and intends to do moving forward in the 2021-2022 school year. And they are identified in those 5 orange boxes. Certainly, what's critical is to participate in monthly meetings with the PLAC Executive Council, and I've already had 2 meetings, one in May and one, as I mentioned, last night. And so that's an opportunity for us to share ideas, to problem solve, and to determine next steps as we move forward as a cohesive unit. I also shared that it's important for us to develop what I'm calling right now a parent rapid response team. This is where if we have to quickly pivot and make some decisions relative to the Rochester City School District, I'll have a cadre of approximately 75 to 100 parents that I can reach out to very quickly and say, we need to meet tomorrow or the next day. And that my hope is that at least half or a third of these parents can meet with me so I can have discussions about decisions that we need to make in the district. Too many times when we meet with parents, we have to plan, of course, at least 3 to 4 weeks out. This would be a team that we would work with, that they would know that they could respond very quickly and meet with me and other members of my cabinet. The third area of engagement is Sundays with the superintendent. This is where, on Zoom, I would meet with parents and I would just update them once a month on happenings in the district. It might be also a quick call to action to say, I need you to participate in our rapid response team, but it's just a way to engage and for parents to hear from me as the superintendent rather than just a robocall or an email from me. Fourth, Saturday connections with parents and caregivers. This is where a couple times during the month that I'm hoping that myself and my team, we can just reach out and just kind of at large pick a few names and just reach out to parents, introduce ourselves, say, hi, I'm the superintendent, hi, I'm Dr. Green, the chief of schools, because parents certainly should have connections with the principals and other staff, but they don't know my cabinet and those working in central office. So this would be an opportunity for us to just reach out to parents, to introduce ourselves, and just to see if there's anything that they want to share with that we can reconnect back with our respective schools. And then the last area that I've committed to, and I had a conversation with Jackie Campbell from Rock the Future, and that is to make sure that we, myself, my cabinet, and others in the district are participating in regular parent engagement professional development so that we can understand best practices to ensure that we really are connecting with our parents and caregivers in meaningful ways. So this will be the plan moving forward. My hope is to add to this, but this will be a good start of directly showing how myself and those who work in central office on my cabinet in particular are working to engage with parents in meaningful ways. The almost last area is that we had a wonderful surprise virtual visit from Mr. Tay Diggs. This photo really does capture the excitement that was experienced on that day. Very few individuals knew that Mr. Diggs would be coming on screen. And he, along with Burlington, as well as Classroom, they donated $75,000, which will allocate $750 to each one of our teachers at School of the Arts. I had the opportunity to hear from one of Mr. Diggs' teachers, Mary Beth, who calls him lovingly Scotty. They had a nice exchange. And I did not realize that Tay's mother was actually a teacher and that she had a profound impact. What I think was so incredibly positive, and President White spoke about this just a little while ago during his report, is that he talks about the fact that he grew his legs at School of the Arts and the incredible impact that his school community had on him. He also shared with us that he will be coming back, so I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Diggs in person and seeing him interact with his beloved alma mater. And then just finally, on a personal note, I would like to, this person doesn't know I'm doing this, but I would like to just mention my appreciation and thanks for my colleague, my former colleague, and my friend Laurel Avery Detour. I know her as Miss Detour. She is another educator who lovingly came out of retirement to serve in a role that was vacated pretty quickly. And without hesitation, Laurel, I thank you for responding to the call and really helping out not only the chiefs of schools, but the entire district. And you just quickly had the credibility, the respect, and the honor from the principals who you serve directly in your network, but other principals. You bring just a uniqueness, your sense of style, your leg kicks, as well as just your extreme knowledge and passion for the children in Rochester City School District. And I would be significantly remiss if I did not publicly thank you at your last, maybe, yeah, at your last Board of Education meeting. But I just wanted to say thank you for serving so joyfully and doing it in such an unselfish and serving way. So if we could just give Laurel a round of applause.
One more kick.
Are you doing a leg kick? And then with that, Laurel is passing the torch to Rhonda, who's here this evening, Rhonda Morian. She's another educator who has come back to the Rochester City School District, and she will be serving as a school chief. Rhonda has hit the ground running, and we've had an opportunity to talk a few times. Rhonda brings such an expertise that really will serve us well as far as working with principals, but really helping to take them to the next level. So Rhonda, I'm just thrilled and welcome you to what hopefully will not be a series of extremely long board meetings, but we thank you for being here, and I'm so excited and I'm honored to work with you. And that, President White, concludes my long superintendent's report. Any questions?
Any questions, anybody?
Oh, here with me.
Yeah, I just for clarity purposes.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I know because it's getting late, I'm not going to ask 1,000,001 questions.
Sure.
I will ask, though, at the next finance meeting, that this is, again, another item on the agenda that we can discuss as committee of the whole with greater details of all of the expenditures, because we receive a different report.
Yes.
But I think you made some changes, so just to align those things.
Yes.
And then also have an opportunity to have Dr. Jallo there, because we are required to have the state also approve it. So
Yes.
just want to make sure we're all on the same page and we understand where every single dollar is being spent. So I'll end with that, that's it.
Commissioner LeBron,
Yes.
and what was an important, thank you for that. What was an important piece for Dr. Jallo, she wanted to ensure that I at least had the initial conversation and presentation, so that falls right in line with what we plan to do. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for the superintendent? Next, we'll move on with the EPO report.
Yes.
Last on the agenda.
Right.
No.
Tom, make sure you load all 100 slides of my oh, just kidding. No, it's only 4, I promise, maybe 5. All right, welcome. Thank you so much for having me here tonight, President White, Vice President Elliott, and Commissioners LeBron, Powell, Adams, and Clark, and Malloy. I hope you're still on that fast train somewhere right now. I am Tanya Wilson-Thavenason. I'm the principal of East Lower School, and I'm here on behalf of Dr. Sean Nelms and giving the East update. I want to start with a wonderful event that we had recently, and it was planned by our parent liaison, our community coordinator, and my personal administrative intern, who I want to mention is a teacher at East. And I mention that because East has committed to building the capacity of our leadership within our CSD by hosting interns who bring an understanding of the community and cultural relevance and give back to our students daily. The purpose of this event was to introduce families that are new to East, which is a whole lot of people after a pandemic, to our academic programs and our available services. We held our event in both the morning and afternoon to accommodate family schedules. And we featured our literacy program, which I'll talk more about in a minute, explaining the responsive nature of that program, assessing the current students with their reading inventory level. And this will absolutely be an annual event for us. It's not the only event we have welcoming families, but it was unique in that it was really focused on literacy. It also took our families on a tour of our new renovation, which we've just finished, our career and technical classes, the health clinic, the dental suite, which are both in partnership with the University of Rochester and Eastman Dental, and our new barber suite, which is in partnership with Willie Lightfoot and the United Professional Barbers and Cosmetologists Association. We received very positive feedback, and as a result, we're able to meet 40% of our new families and get in contact with 80% of our new families. So we're really pleased with that outcome. And then, Tom, if you could just cue up that video for me. Share a little video with you that highlights our literacy program at East. I know that Dr. Nelms has talked about this at other times that he's been with you, but we recently produced this video with HMH, Read 180, and I just want to share this with you as we go into the next slide.
We can't just make 1 year's worth of gains. We have to make that and some, because otherwise the gap continues to persist.
One kid who was really motivated to get out of System 44, he's like, Miss, this is my 3rd year in System 44, like I'm over it, like what do I need to do? And I was like, well, you really need to focus. Like we have to take the time to really do the software. We need to do the reading. And I think once they see that growth and they're so excited to like, or if I go up like 4 more Lexile points or whatever, I'm in Read 180. So I think having those conversations allowed those students to really motivate themselves. And the ones who were ready and motivated were the ones that moved out. And I think they're very happy with their progress. It allows students to really get that targeted intervention that they need to help get them to grade level.
The instructional software moves much more quickly than I can humanly act on data from the kids. So anytime the kid is showing growth or needs extra reinforcement in an area, that adaptive software really helps to make sure that they're being engaged in the learning at the correct level at the appropriate time. We've had Read 180 for about 6 years at East, and over that 6 years, the students have really experienced some phenomenal growth. So for example, our initial cohort came in 2015, and 84% of them were at a below basic Lexile score, which was not good. But by 2019, or the end of their 8th grade year, we were able to reduce that number to about 18%, which is effectively cutting that number in half, and in turn sending about 60% of the same students to high school with proficient or advanced reading skills. So that was a big deal for us, and that was a big deal for those kids.
I'm actually a lot happy for next year because I get to keep on reading and I get to improve my English and just keep keep on reading and teach my little brother a lot more English.
Right, so Read 180, System 44, the HMH program is a foundation of the academic program at East. Every student in grades 6 through 9 takes literacy as part of their regular schedule. And what we have is an adaptive program where the lowest level is System 44, and the students there are working on phonics and decoding. Every quarter, the students are assessed again, and we move classes based on their growth. And so you would move up the ladder from System 44 to Read 180 every day, where you start working on comprehension and reading fluency. Read 180 every other day, where you continue to hone those skills. And then for our students that are reading above grade level, which we do have many of those, some of them are the lovely children of my neighbor here, because I don't want to just focus on deficits, right, are in Writer's Workshop. And in Writer's Workshop, where we are honing also our writing skills and our creative writing, and really just fostering that love of reading, reading for pleasure and reading for joy. Despite the pandemic, despite a year that was mostly remote for our students still did very well in their reading growth. And so 75% made their Lexile gains, 60% of our students met their end-of-year goal, and 40% met twice that goal. And so the teacher spoke to that we need to be, when we get students that are reading below grade level, we need to make up that progress very, very quickly so we can get them back on track towards graduation. So that speaks just to the validity of the program and the dedication of both the teachers and the family and students in that remote setting. All right, so let's talk about summer school. And at summer school, we get to host summer school at East. We have two programs. We have a lower school program and an upper school program. Between the two of us, we have about 300 kids in the building. The upper school program is a traditional program with credit recovery and offering students the opportunity to get back on track towards their graduation with their cohort. The lower school program is a little bit different. We also have students from School 89 and number 3 that are joining us because we're one of the only, I believe, middle school programs in the district, and so we're happy to host our friends in the middle grades. And we're focused on rediscovering just the love of school and the joy of learning. And we're doing that through social emotional lens. We have a social emotional program that happens every day. We do literacy development through the Read 180 program. We're also doing an inquiry-based learning through social studies, and there's an art component, and that's what you see there. Our students painting a mural that will live forever outside of East, and they got to design that as well. It says it takes a village, and then the students are designing the pictures that go along with that. And then also enrichment activities, including math and vocabulary development. And I just want to mention our art partnership is with Sharon Stiller Art Program, and it's focused on voice and choice. So that's the summer program at East. And our adults are also in summer school. At East, we have a really rich professional learning that's embedded in our school day, and it's also throughout the summer program, summertime. But our admin PL week is next week. Our teacher leaders are finishing up this week, and our staff come the end of August to be ready for the next school year. Also, we have a dynamic new teacher orientation, and I just want to mention that Deborah Washington and her team from School 3 are participating in some of those sessions because they're partnering with us in using some of the curriculum that we've written at East. And so what we offer through our Technical Assistance Center is training for admin and their teams to come out so they understand how to unpack that curriculum and implement it with fidelity in their classrooms. So I'm excited to partner with number 3, and also want to put a shameless plug out there to any of my other friends and colleagues in the Rochester City School District that would like to partner with us. We would love to have you. We have curriculum grades 6 through 12 in pretty much every content area that you could think of. So please send me an email and we'll be happy to partner with you. We're also writing curriculum this summer, mostly for new courses and aligning those to the next gen learning standards. And we really have a focus on culturally relevant and sustaining pedagogy. And that was one of the board resolutions that went through with our partnership with Dr. Sonia James Wilson. And that's it for me. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Yeah, just with regard to the East Literacy Program, are we teaching our students how to read?
Sometimes.
That skill set? Because I think that if we can empower them from that perspective, I think we'll see, improvement even more. Oftentimes, we just we as professionals, give them, what the directions are for the curriculum itself, but not really talk about, the skill set, because there's an actual skill for learning to read. And, I don't know if we do a very good job of that. And the reason I thought about that in addition is that there was one of your students who talked about, teaching her brother, I think it was.
Yeah.
And so, how valuable that would be if we provided those kinds of skills to learn how to read to, our student siblings. I just think that would be very powerful.
Yeah, great point, Commissioner Elliott. And yes, we do teach our students to learn how to read. And you could see her excitement to take that home and work with her brother. And so that's what we want to see happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Doesn't appear that there are any other questions. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you for joining us this evening. I think that, I know we have some stuff in executive session that we have to address, but I know our clerk will correct me if I'm wrong, since Commissioner LeBron is not here to stand on my case. I rely on her this evening, so I just want to make sure. All right. So then I need a motion to go into executive session.
Moved.
Been moved by Vice President Elliott, seconded by, I think I heard Commissioner Adams. All those in favor of going to executive session for the purpose of discussing a particular employee's employment, and I think, and we had to discuss some stuff relating to a plan regarding board employees' employment. Can I get that motion?
Got it.
Vice President Elliott has made the motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Adams.
I already made it.
Oh, you did?
Okay.
We just need to take the vote.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Huh? For those of you, those folks that want to stick around, it is not likely that we will come out of executive session to discuss anything, so I suggest you go home and be safe with your families, and we'll see you at the next board meeting. Thank you for attending. Good night, everybody.